Come play with us.
He wants to win right here, right now. It's crazy. As he turns it, nice headshot. Oh, clean headshots from Messi.
Two teams enter, one team survives and moves on. Welcome to North American ESL Pro League Qualifiers here. It's Boggs and Pineapple Phillips on the mic. And Nate, it's great to be back. It's great to be here in North America. And it's always a good time when everything is on the line for everybody.
Yes, very high-stakes closed qualifier for ESL Pro League, of course, as you mentioned, for the NA region. And despite how long it's been, we are still greeted by two very familiar teams to ourselves, or at least in name. That is Blue Jays versus Aether. Blue Jays starting off in round 2 of this closed qualifier, whereas Aether had to fight earlier on in round 1. There's another game scheduled for later today as well on this channel that will be Getting Info versus Anything Else, who I believe just won their own best of 3 to start off round 1. So it is a very action-packed day for us, Boggs.
Yeah, plenty of action going out throughout the rest of this week as well. But of course, you have to start with stage 1. You have to start, as all journeys do, at the beginning. And so for Blue Jays and Aether, this is a beginning of sorts, especially for Blue Jays, who have not played much at all with their retooled roster, keeping Freshie as that sort of core piece, the last remaining player from the original wildcard roster that was first Boss, then wildcard, then Boss again, and then became Blue Jays. Only one man remains, but he has new friends and allies around him.
Some new, some old. Cryptic coming in. He was on that Boss roster for a time. He got sniped over by Nouns, if I'm not mistaken, and then things kind of fell through there, and from that point onward, he brought Junior back into the fold and Clasia back into the fold as well to make a new 4-player core for this Blue Jays roster. I believe they're also starting with a 5th today in Laxi. I don't know if he's a permanent addition or not, but he should be the player gracing the server as the 5th and final player for Blue Jays. That seems like a very solid roster to me.
I think we should consider Laxi on a bit of a trial basis here. There's been some rumblings about Laxi playing with Blue Jays recently, but I don't think anything has been officially announced yet. Moving over towards Aether, though, you got Arius, Micro, Tender, a couple of names that have been around for a while now. Arius kind of the newer kid on the block compared to those other two. But the other couple of players on this team are a bit in flux. We're not sure who's going to be able to make it for today until we actually see who's in the server, given good old North American work schedules. It's 5 o'clock Eastern time. That means it's 2 o'clock on the West Coast. So people are still working jobs here. But if we look at the bans, this train ban from Blue Jays is absolutely brilliant, as that was the best map for Aether in recent memory. And for Blue Jays, not a great one at all, with a 1-5 record, even with their old roster. That is a clutch ban coming through from Cryptic.
Yes, it is. Blue Jays as well. Choosing very wisely. I know as soon as that map came out, a lot of these players I'm familiar with, they loved pugging it. They loved playing it over on the Aether side of things. So I really do like seeing them take it out of the pool. I'm not a fan of it either, so that just helps me as well as a broadcaster. For a pick for Aether, they go for Dust 2, a classic map in Opera's Paradise, and one where Blue Jays elect to start on the defensive. Some teams kind of want to start on the offense. It kind of depends on your preference. This map, though, is much more 50-50 in terms of overall performance than compared to other maps.
That is very true, and when you have a guy like Junior in your arsenal for Blue Jays, if you can get him activated on Dust 2, it's going to be very scary for any team that's around your level or especially below. Junior loves those kind of overdog, underdog matchups where he is on the team that has a bit of that advantage. He thrives in those scenarios, whether it is the op or the rifle. So it is an interesting pick for Aether. It kind of is necessity, given the fact that their record is 3-1 on Dust 2, and that is the only other winning record besides Train. If you want to count their one Nuke map, you can. But as far as maps they actually play, Dust 2 and Train are the only ones they win consistently on in their meager sample size. But with Junior on the other side, it's a bit of a gamble. And with Nuke moving into as map 2, 7-0 record for Blue Jays, granted. They haven't played it much with their new roster, just once against getting info. There is some opportunity for an upset, but given the fact that Train is out of the picture and that Dust 2 kicks us off, I do have to lean a little more towards the Blue Jays, and I don't know if we're going to even need to get to Anubis at this point.
Yeah, Anubis is very much up in the air for me as well. It's a map with less than better records for both teams. 0-4 for Blue Jays, 1-4 for Aether. So if we get to that map, it might be a bit of a scrappy engagement. But I remember when Freshie and Cryptic were on the same team back when it was Boss. That was the map that they had under their wing. They unset teams like M80 on the map. Granted, that was years ago now. So there's always a chance for an upset there if, of course, we get to it. But we start off on Dust 2, as we mentioned. The game is live. Blue Jays on the defense, Aether on the offensive, one set of utility on Micro. I believe he's the IGL as well. Junior posted on Catwalk with USP covering for his double dueling teammate. Laxi gets one, Laxi gets two, covering his teammate who was gushed in the meanwhile. Tender, good for one, finally drops that player up close, but this man disadvantage seems unsurmountable. Tender and Micro both racing through mid doors, going towards speed, but this player is already set up in tunnels. And Freshie is fighting. He does not want to let a bomb plant go down, but he also wants to keep it relatively clean for his team as well. Tender gonna put it to dirt. They will at least get that extra injection of cash. The question is, how many of these Blue Jays players can they drop? The Glock lining up a couple. Tender lining up two. Gets three on the dualies. It's just Junior outside the doors. 12 HP. He started off the round, and now he'll have to end it with a 1v2. And this off angle from Micro should put him to bed. Junior swinging out is caught by Tender instead. Aether steal away the pistol with an ace from Tender. And that is quite a statement to start things off for Aether.
Takes the successful dualies from Laxi and puts them to much better effect. Locks down the tunnel's choke point. The Blue Jays funnel into his crosshair, and Tender knocks them down one by one as the Ants came marching in. And Aether, a critical start against the Blue Jays here as the underdogs on their map pick, looking to establish some dominance, looking to pull respect out of this Blue Jays roster. And maybe a little bit of doubt seeded into the back of the minds of the Blue Jays as well. Force buy here from the CT side. Scout for Junior. 2 5.7s, a Deagle and a FAMAS on Laxi. FAMAS definitely will be something looked at to get a lot of damage. The smoke on Xbox, though, will wall off both Laxi and Junior. But Cryptic's getting a little antsy. Backs away, does not want to go down first. Open up this catwalk and mid area for Wait. Good Molotov timing. Dink comes through from the Galil, through the wall, I believe. As Cryptic should have been dead otherwise, as he has not donned a helm. Only Freshie has on the other side. Goes in, not high enough, and Arius. 2-for-1 trade as Micro, the victim of the foot. Ball, Laxi, good on the spray, but low and done. Well-timed nade from Clipzera. Good scout shot from Junior. Tags up a second. Looks for a third. Has him through the doors. And now all that's left is 1 HP Junior and Clesia versus Tender. Molly. Flash goes up. Bomb crosses. Again, Junior 1 HP. Tender on 30. The nade from each could do it in. Bomb. Planted safe. As Junior goes CT. Clesia up the catwalk. Again, has that nade well placed. Will take out Tender. The cross comes through. The scout pops up, but it's the USP from Junior. Round, adds some extracurriculars to it, and hops on the bomb, who answers back. It's individual prowess on a very individual map to kick us off.
Trading rounds early. Perhaps a sign of scrappy things to come for this matchup. I also wanted to note, Fogs, we were unsure of the roster coming into this one for Aether. It looks like Clipzera is in the server. He wasn't in the opening matchup earlier today. And I believe Juna is Arcade. Not 100% sure, but I think they would want to play with Arcade and let Jeebs be the coach. He was standing in as well in the first matchup. But I'm pretty certain that's the current situation. Blue Jays, pretty solid, yet still kind of scrappy. Aether with the bomb plant. And they elect to play more conservatively, saving their cash, going for pistols. We have a Deagle on Tender. He's been the hero. That P250 on Arias as well. Junior spots them. There's the Deagle. Tender dangerous already. The Galil now next up at bat. Caught by the very same man. Freshie finds Clipzera lurking long. But a 4 versus 3 and a third in the round for Tender. Tripling up. Tremendous impact from the pistol. Clesia drops Arias with the nade. But still a man advantage for Aether. Tomas taps away one, brings it back to even footing. Good flash. Tender 3 HP up close with the Deagle. Hits one. Micro gets the second. And as we said, a scrappy start as we trade round for round. Aether had no business winning that one, though, on the next to full save.
All right, so clip it again for Tender. Check him PC, please. He's had 9 kills in 2 rounds, 1 an ace, 1 a quad. Both of those rounds going up on the scoreboard for Aether. And now it's Blue Jays again forcing back into this as the Deagle from Tender absolutely tenderizes Blue Jay. That was another spectacular round from him. Only hit headshots. I don't believe he hit a single body shot. If he connected, it was a headshot. And just absolute filth coming through from Tender, as Junior's got a nice flank going on here. He's going to get the information, and look how Blue Jays are stacked over on A. This is completely red. Junior doesn't have the full picture yet, but here comes Clipzera, Tender another, through that smoke that got blown up. Junior trying to wrap behind, caught from behind by Arias at some point, as Tender ends another. There comes that flank, that lower tons lurk. Clesia all alone, and Aether about to be the first team to win 2 rounds in a row on the board, unless Clesia has some magic up his sleeve. Here's the footsteps on Cat, sees the head as well. Step spotted, out one. Sink on the low HP Tender. Clipzera down to almost nothing! And Arcade also tagged down very low, but not eliminated. Aether keep 3 alive, get their 3rd on the board, and finally force Blue Jays onto an eco.
I'm surprised Blue Jays went for the force buy, but I guess that is kind of their style. I know Cryptic plays that very up-in-your-face, aggressive calling style as well. Aether, a chance to stabilize, keep it clean, farm up some money on that Mac 10. But try not to lose your head against these defenses. There are 3 on the board. We saw what 1 could do in Tender's hands. Micro tapped in the head through the wall, finished by Junior on catwalk. But these early successes for Blue Jays pale in comparison to that of Tender in the rounds prior. Cryptic lurking Tender's teammate. All 3 of them actually are here. Cryptic, good shot on the first. That's an upgraded weapon for Maxi. But I was going to say the Mac 10 can shut them down. It won't succeed. Cryptic, leading from the front, finds a second on the Deagle. Now an upgrade on the AK from Micro's corpse top middle. Clipzera and Tender, both long. full point coming through. Blue Jays could steal away this round.
Forces him into the open. And Freshy and Cryptic will pounce. What an eco round from the Blue Jays. The Deagles coming up big time now, as it's time for Collegia and company to step up and cut the score down to a one-round lead. A timeout forced out of Aether already as well. Absolute, just scrappy, in the mud, street fight, Counter-Strike from both of these two teams. Might even say insanity here, as what you might think would be standard Counter-Strike has not prevailed. It's been one player on each team, Tender twice, you had Junior once, just stepping up and doing it all. We have not had a normal round of Counter-Strike yet.
No, granted, on Blue Jays, it's been one player kind of a star guiding the others, whereas for Aether, those rounds were truly stolen away by Tender. You can look at the kills, how the spread is across the board. Tender had a literal ace and a 4K. Junior had a 3K, and then I believe Cryptic that round had 2 on the Deagle to bring it back into their favor. So Blue Jays a little bit more spread out on the individual performances early. We'll see if that kind of difference bears out once we get into the meat and potatoes of this half. And speaking of, we should be there now. Full AKs versus rifles and the op. Is it a glass cannon? It is. There's a lot of nades, though. Really prioritize that this time around.
I think he's betting he's going to be a bit faster than the rifles. And honestly, I don't think it's a bad move for Junior. I mean, he's a very capable opera at this level, and does not usually struggle. So, given it's his map, essentially, it's the opera's map, he should be more than fine to get the shot, back away, get the shot, back away. He's not exactly the most aggressive opera either, so it should work in theory. He's just got to hit his shots.
Aether content to burn down the time. There's only one smoke left and no mollies for Blue Jays, so they're trying to get aggressive and clear out angles at this point. Tender, here's those steps. A play up cat is the call. Clip Zero holding the push middle. Tender pushing long late. Sidelines here comes Arcade at point with the close hand. Cryptic on site is burning alive. Swinging out. Good timing for one. At least finds that before falling. Freshy now at the long corner gets nothing. Laxi in the meanwhile does drop Clip Zero though on that flank watch. Junior blindsided from long. I mentioned Tender would eventually go for that play, and he did. 12 seconds is not much room for error, but Aether will get the bomb down in the nick of time. Collegia, Laxi, this is 3. Now 2. Collegia makes his play up catwalk. Micro now holding ramp, Tender holding long. It's all on this aim duel for Laxi. If he can win this, that should be the round, or give him a good chance. I should say timing's everything. Micro caught. Just Tender now spotted. He has a lineup for the Molotov though, and that might buy him enough time. Is there a kit? There's a kit on Laxi, but yeah, no smokes. He has to just stick it now. It was around the Molotov. I don't know if it was heard. He's sticking it. Oh, he got the kill on the Collegia, not the kill on Laxi. That was a chaotic end to the round. Now a tied ball game as a result.
A chaotic end to a round that is just now capstoned the first quarter of what has been a very chaotic map. And now Blue Jays will call themselves a tactical timeout. So Aether have used a timeout. Blue Jays have used a timeout. It's a 3-3 score line, but neither team is happy with the way this game has gone on so far. For Aether, you have one guy at 13 kills. The rest of your team is at 11. You should not be at a tie scoreline right now. You are being carried. Not just carried. You are being carried and sprinted up a mountain by one man, personifying Samwise Gamgee, carrying Frodo up Mount Doom. Except there's 4 Frodos. Somebody's got to help out Sam. Somebody's got to be the Eagles. Somebody's got to help. And for Blue Jays, they've had that help. It hasn't just been the one-man army. Impact kills have come through from pretty much everyone. One kill on site was huge. Yes, it was a 1-for-1, but it delays, it thins out the numbers. It allows Blue Jays to buy time for rotations, which were in flux at that time and through CT spawn. Those little differences are why Blue Jays are at this situation as well. Super aggressive in the middle, already has tagged one, has to be careful not to get overrun by the pistols that abound outside the doors. He's backed away safely, has help too from an MP9. And will he miss a shot? He won't get a second chance. It's a flashbang. 5 more time. 1:13 to go.
They're still inching ever forward, taking whatever room they can get. Clasia wisely falling back, holding this crossfire with Junior up in the window. Seems like Aether have sussed this out pretty thoroughly. Or Blue Jays have, rather, excuse me. Aether, I like their plays. They're playing very regimented. They have a lot of setups. Blue Jays just have protocols ready for when utility comes through and in what manner. Junior catches Micro the first in middle. Clasia's ready to swing with an MP9 to harvest some cash, but he's not going to overextend either. He's waiting for Junior to take contact. There it is. Junior gets one, falls back while low, and Clasia brings the trap, finding one, finding two. It's just Arcade in middle. It's at a quiet map. He'll find one on the Beagle. No, Clasia's MP9 is too quick. That's a good hefty chunk of cash for him. 2,700? No, 600 per kill. 1,800. Just from kill bonuses alone. So Blue Jays get the lead again. Aether have another chance with weapons in hand. And Micro is the one, at least for the moment, with the op on the T side.
No utility around the op. Not sure if Micro has an upgraded pistol, but it looks like he just bought armor and that op. Junior all the way up top. Middle doesn't take a shot. That is a brilliant decision. He knows he's not likely to hit that shot, and they have him spotted. They do not know he's here. Forward, has a lineup. That's a crispy headshot coming through onto Junior from Arcade. Aggression from Junior. This puts Blue Jays at a man disadvantage right now. No more aggression can follow. They cannot afford to go down 5 versus 3 on the defensive side. Even on the offensive, it's a very hard trial to overcome. Although Freshy's getting a little more aggressive towards A long, potentially waiting for a flash through from Cryptic. But Aether again gathering up towards bottom middle, looking to go cat for the umpteenth time, it seems. There's a wide open A bomb site on the other side. Yes, they'll have to deal with the players long. If they can get site control, they have a couple of Molotovs which will presumably be used on this take. A little bit of utility they can use to hold. Information comes through. The rotations are going to happen on the site. Clasia's still on the 99 as well. It's a bit tough getting forward with that against the full armored and armoried opponents.
Not even just safe. Blue Jays, look at them. They're not really moving. They're still worried about flanks. I'd be saving because they want to get an op for Junior.
Probably.
Still, a 4 versus 5 save call is a very difficult.
It's very risk.
It's a high level call. You get the one lurk. Yep. They're still not going for it. Clasia, your call is to get that op if you can. But it has been thrown out of the map. So they have to kill Micro for that one. Ender and Arise won't fall on Catwalk. So Zero will not fall in long.
Terrorists win.
So Cryptic in the end is the only one allowed to save. Junior can glass cannon if he wants to. And Aether, their default, you mentioned it earlier, at least you touched on it. Their default has been figured out. They hold long. They sometimes spot middle, but not always. And they go lower tons for mid-control late, after the Molotov subside. That's what gave Junior that opening. Just wasn't quick enough on the trigger. If they can find an opening like that again, or if they can really hone in on that kind of play, then Blue Jays theoretically should be able to figure out the rest of this half. We'll have to see if they go for that kind of poking and prodding again, or if they've been humbled.
Other opening pick goes for Micro's op, the one that draws blood, and Junior's op cannot respond in kind. That would have been a nice return to a level playing field. Junior's had some misses here on some of those shots. And that might become a bit of a concern here for the Blue Jays moving forward, especially once we go towards the tees. Arcade, another crispy shot around the corner. The trade does get the spray, but takes a massive amount of damage. Grabs the AK, but is going to need to hit nothing but heads. Laxi going to be tested on the B site. Lone defender versus 4. Backs behind, big box. Crouches on down as the smoke begins to fade. Arias just off that crosshair. Of course, we can see it. The players cannot. Laxi repositioning again, being prepared. Molotov down, flashbang, not going to be thrown. Laxi's going to hide behind the Molotov, not get clear. Only get one for now, and only one indeed. They're on the outside, looking in over towards the window, forced away by fire. And will have to fall back into CT spawn. Aether will grab their 5th, as there's no way back into the round for Blue Jays. Freshie on 12 HP. A 2v3 retake on the B side, hard enough as it is, but a glass cannon op, 1 flashbang and 12 HP on your rifle does not exactly inspire confidence. And so, the lead swaps back again to those who picked this map. And if I'm Blue Jays, I might be thinking about another timeout here, because losing that first player early is putting yourselves on the back foot 10-15 seconds into each round.
Yes, it is. Again, though, Aether still has this very regimented, still holding outside long for the mid push and the long push. They're still going B tons, whether it be upper or lower. They still ended B that round, which is a surprise. It's a difference, finally. But it's still a default that Aether, or that Blue Jays have figured out from Aether, I should say. Now, if Aether were to do something different, go out long, quick, you know, something more aggressive now that they have some economy behind them and they're on the cusp of breaking Blue Jays, then maybe we could see Blue Jays kind of second-guessing themselves. And in fact, we might just see that. As 2 go long quickly, Tender spots middle, and here comes Drop, trying to post on the angle around the smoke. Doesn't find anything. Clipsera gets out with low on HP. Good flash. Nets Freshie. Tag on that cross supply. The Opera. Micro's the one to win the Opera duel. Can't double down. Instead, Cryptic a chance to do so, but he fails on the transfer. 4 versus 2. Long control taken. Arias lurking in tunnels. His stomping grounds. He finds Laxi. That leaves Kalasia again on an MP9 and again in a clutch. A 1 versus 4. Aether, all but guaranteed to get a 6th. And they're finally showing us that variety I was waiting to see. I've been harping on them for so long, saying Blue Jays can just exploit this if they play their cards right. But instead, they get confident, they change it up, and they find tremendous success. Plays not allowed to save. Good kill by Arias. A 6th means at least a tied ball game going into the second half, but in fact, I think Aether are well poised to get 7 and probably even 8, given the confidence they have found.
I think 8 would be a very solid half for Aether as well. They are T-sided statistically on this map, 57.1 versus 48.1 on the defense, but a technical pause has been called now, so things will slow down. Maybe a bit of that momentum Aether have built up will calm down. Heard lots of arguments across esports and traditional sports as to whether or not momentum is actually a real thing, a concept of placebo or whatnot. I would have to say it definitely is a real thing. Is it tangible? No. Is it quantifiable? There's an argument I think you could make that it would be. But definitely, I think the results speak for themselves more often than not. A lot of times these things happen. Very different circumstances occur on the other side of a long, sustained pause.
You have to wonder if it's correlation versus causation.
That is true.
Or as you mentioned, even a placebo is a demonstrable thing. It can have an effect. Whether it be mental or otherwise.
Yeah. I think it's one of those things. You have that momentum, you're motivated, you're riding a high, and then you're forcibly forced to stop. It's hard to get back into that mindset.
It's true. We have seen the individuals.
Go ahead.
I was saying we have seen the individuals wake up for Aether. It's not been the
very
Tender
true.
show anymore. He was at, what, 11 at one point when we talked about it, like round 4 or 5? He's still top, but
He had
Clipsera's
11 at round 3, so I think he's probably gone killless for the vast majority of the rest of these rounds.
Eclipse Air is having his moments. He's also very big on utility. Micro is winning the op duel as well, which is not something I expected to see against a player of Junior's caliber. Arias has had his moments on the lurk. Arcade has been a very serviceable entry. Everything's been working out for Aether.
Yeah, pretty critical entries, too. Crisp entries from Arcade. And yeah, the biggest lack, I think, for Blue Jays right now is Junior. You want more than 8 kills from your op on CT side Dust 2, and they're prioritizing that op.
Yeah, I mean, Junior 8 is not enough on one of the Opera's playgrounds. Both the maps that we have selected for this best of 3, the first 2 is Dust 2 and Nuke, which are 2 maps historically where your Opera should take over. And if Junior isn't showing up enough on map 1, that does have me worried for map 2 as well.
Now, there have been moments where Junior's rifle has been significantly stronger than his op. It might be a case of having to move over to that soon, but we'll find out here momentarily what exactly is going to go on here, as looks like we did have a webcam die. The players are being required to have webcams of their setup, of their screens, so just to mitigate any potential cheating that could circumvent things. That's been the new rule initiated for online play, and I think it's a very good rule as well. If you can't have eyes on you, well, something's wrong.
I did not know about that rule.
It's announced for all online stuff a couple of days ago, actually. Not exactly sure on the exact day, but there was a couple of posts put out about that.
No, I like it. I definitely like it. Especially a lot of the recent, chatter about invited teams to qualifiers. It can be very difficult, to address allegations when games are online. So it makes sense. Blue Jays have a Deagle on Cryptic, a PT50 on Freshie, and a Deagle on Laxi with 2 USPs. Aether have their full buy. Goal for them this round is to win it cleanly. They know the economy's not in a good way. And so Aether are trying to win, hopefully by calling out one of these aggressive pushes. You can tell they left bomb in spawn, leaving the window open to any option. And Micro really unfortunate on that scope middle. This is the shot on the player crossing, but they're still trying to give him the duel. They're thinking about it. Pushing middle with Deagle. Micro, though, can't quite hit the head. There's the information. Players crossing around CT towards B. Slowly inching over towards long. It looks like Aether have made their decision, and they've made a good decision at that.
The gamble from Blue Jays, they gambled once on A. They gamble this time on B. And this gamble will not be the right call. I'm not sure how much Aether want to hunt the pistol. There's really no reason to. If it happens, they give up an AK, and that's precisely what happens. Blue Jays can send the rest of their pistols at the problem. Try and get a couple more kills at least. This is the penultimate round of the half, so it's not like money's a major concern. But a couple of guns being brought over for Blue Jays into the next round quite nicely for them, if they're able to accomplish that goal. Bias 1 and 2. Can't quite get the third. Is that AK recoverable is a better question. Actually, right now there's a gap. Volleyed off. Shouldn't continue to aggress here. Instead fall off. And as Junior will be the last worker remaining in towards CT spawn. How to do it here as he will fall. Clipzera should be able to get out of here alive as well. The 2 AKs being brought forth into the final round of the first half for Blue Jays will be quite nice.
Not sure the win. Clasia might be able to go Kevlar and drop an off. I think he can just do that, actually.
Yeah, he goes vest. Yep.
Vest up. Utility dropped to him by Junior instead. I think it's a good enough trade. So the utility isn't perfect. One player is lacking a bit. That's Junior. But hey, it's a solid buy thanks to those AKs. One more real solid chance to get a 5th on the board. Aether, their full buy is expected. They built up that economy with their due diligence. And now it's Arcade on the op. It's a double op, actually. He should be top middle. To win that Opera's duel early. It's a taking over the top. And that will be Laxi's undoing. Another early opening going the way of Aether. Another critical one as well. Freshie, he's been given this long corner more often than not. The question is, will he be cleared? Molotov. Bounces the wrong way. He will stay alive in this corner. The question is, do they actually clear?
Freshie, not cleared. Eventually we'll have to make a decision, as there's still the second op walking through. Freshie has played not only the long game, but the extremely long game. Finally waits to pop. Has Junior coming around the corner. They'll go together. No way out for Tender, but death. The bomb at Long Car. But, for T-Car, excuse me, but for Micro, at least got the B site is now open. Cryptic falls as well. And things are going awry for Blue Jays here, desperately searching for a fifth. Stubborn on the rise there as well. Bomb will cross the site. Smoke should fade very shortly enough. Annihilates Junior. Well timed, well read from Aether as Micro puts another one to bed. And Aether a commanding 8-4 lead as we head towards half two and the break.
Everybody know we gon' do it like this, do it like this, do it like this. Everybody know we gon' do it like this. Straight from the underground. Everybody know we gon' do it like this, do it like this, do it like this. Everybody know we gon' do it like this, do it like this. Straight from the underground. Everybody know we gon' do it like this, do it like this, do it like this. Everybody know we gon' do it like this. Straight from the underground. Everybody know we gon' do it like this, do it like this, do it like this. Everybody know we gon' do it like this, do it like this. Straight from the underground. Everybody know we gon' do it like this, do it like this, do it like this. Everybody know we gon' do it like this. Straight from the underground. Everybody know we gon' do it like this, do it like this, do it like this. Everybody know we gon' do it like this. Straight from the underground.
Aether, who had a very solid start after a scrappy beginning to the first half. It's Pineapple Phillips and Boggs on the mic. And the Blue Jays now on the offensive to try and make up their lack of rounds in that first half. One set of utility on Cryptic with a P250 Super Soldier on Junior. Doolies for Tender. You saw him with those weapons in the last pistol round. He made an ace of it. Micro in the middle, though, needs to be very careful. Lots of players down this lane. As Blue Jays slowly get control of Catwalk. Aether, though, playing a hands-off setup on the A site. Instead of just having one in CT, two towards long, where they hope to catch Freshie on a late lurk.
No information for Junior mid, but that is information in and of itself. Now Micro rotates in. Both will exchange blows, and Junior will leave more worse for wear, but not by much. Tons flank, though, coming through from Aether. Tender pushing Elias there with him. And the timing is such that they miss the Blue Jays players. The Blue Jays are unaware of this fast flight coming up the Xbox. One man behind is Junior. He gets his shot, but only one. Backup is there, but Arias has two. 3 versus 3. The bomb goes down. Arcade taps away. Arias another. Clipzera has a third. And that will be all she wrote for Blue Jays in the second half pistol. Aether up 9-4. Bomb plant, sure, but Aether are dominating this Dust 2 map. And Nate, we were talking to the green room, I told you an upset might be brewing between these two teams. And goodness gracious, at least on Dust 2, Aether are looking like they have not missed a beat, and despite having a stand-in, are looking more than comfortable.
Yeah. A succinct and quick, well-choreographed retake from Aether. They had that late double press in Tons to put a timer on Blue Jays, whether they knew it or not. And Blue Jays now will go for the investment off the back of their bomb plant. Scout, one Galil, some SMGs, and a Deagle for Cryptic. Aether looking to make it double digits with this round. The slow one for Blue Jays, who don't want to show their hand too early. They're hoping that Aether get a little bit too aggressive, given the rifles in hand.
Flash out long, buy a little bit of time as a second one rains in as well. But the bulk of the Blue Jays ready to pop out long and take control. Smoke prepped, Scout up, active, but not connecting that first shot. Micro already wounded, drops down, throws a smoke, and tries to jump up again. Flash forces Micro into CT spawn. The site has been abandoned, and Aether's going to go for a 5 versus 5 retake here. 2 already on Cat, 3 going around the long side of things. Only
Glacia's here.
Fed than Glacia. It's a match. Nate's going to soften him up, though. Considerable damage now on the Micro. Arias wears that one as well for 40. And the big play has to work. Spotted. Does get one. That stronghold. Laxi 2. Freshie falls. Everyone's low. And a missed shot from Micro buys more time. A second chance for Laxi, who does not squander it at all. On the escape, Arcade gets the one. But Blue Jays again, the second round force their victory. They're still short by 4 rounds, and Aether only need 4 to take their map pick of Dust 2. And we'll see if they're going to be aggressive with that saved M4. I would imagine you want to buy around that and see if you can punish the Blue Jays here, as their money is going to be far from good.
Yeah, Aether were far more hands-off in that third round of the first half because they had enough money in the bank to buy in the round following. This is a double save. There's just simply not enough money to buy even with a full save in this one. That means they're going to invest. Give yourselves a fighting chance. Deagle, 2 Deagles, a 5.7, an MP9, and a M4 across the board. Still a kit in play for Arcade. Blue Jays still the decidedly better buy. Aether. Do we have anything quirky or different set up? 2 on B, 1 on catwalk, 2 towards long. Blue Jays seem to be leaning over towards this B site, where Clip Zera and Arias wait.
Not as crispy on the first, but the second one brings back memories of those first 3 rounds of Dust 2. He's only able to find one as he's traded out. Still, damage sustained by Blue Jays. As they desperately need these rounds, cannot afford to lose them. Glacia. That one. Another double swing out. He's chipping away, but not getting the kills. Cryptic coming in to support him. Freshie at range with the Mac 10 as well. Cryptic just runs through the mid doors. Freshie trades, but Micro's here as well. Has the bomb and 2 on a plate. But Laxi now brings it back. 2 kills, needs 3.
10 seconds.
Oh my gosh, there's no time to get the bomb down, is there? There's no way.
Nope. That's the round taken away by the 5-7. Laxi, a valiant effort finding 2 in middle. But Arias just sits in his corner at car, lets the time run out. And as a result, we have a mirrored start in terms of rounds won and lost to the first half. 1-1-1. Aether, though, with the force buy, means their economy is much worse for wear this time around. They're going to buy a FAMAS, 1 M4 that will have no utility backing it, and 2 FAMASes. Don't sleep on the FAMASes. And Blue Jays, scrappy, but still with some SMGs, are going to go straight out long. Who is here to defend his tender? He'll actually just fall back immediately. Good nade damage onto Junior. But surprisingly aggressive A-long take that yields no kills on either side of the equation.
It yields nothing for Blue Jays either. They're just stuck around blue. They're not even able to get out. There's a flank coming through. It is being watched for, but I don't know if they'll expect Micro to go the long way around. Glacia, he's the one on the angle. See if he gets stabbed in the back here pretty quickly. Getting close to the Ides of July. But no, Micro will not recreate the Ides of March. He'll go the other way instead towards B. And it might be his turn to feel cold steel in his back. But I think he slipped the gap here. I don't know what Blue Jays' plan is at this point. It feels like their whole basket of eggs was just thrown into that long push, and there's nothing left.
They have 2 smokes at least, 1 Molotov. They got Junior across towards Platt. Here's the Cat. With Arcade so far up, he's trying to throw utility. Glacia gets 1. Clip Zera tries to support, but gets nothing. Blue Jays have made an advantage out of it. These was Micro's flank could unseat everything. He gets 1, but now he's stuck. He's trying to play on the box. Instead, Blue Jays try to go up catwalk, try to brute force it, but they simply don't have that stopping power required. Junior, not given any opportunity to find damage, gets a tag in the end, but nothing to show for his efforts out long. Aether, 11-5. 2 rounds separate them from victory on their map pick. And Boggs, it seems like your prophecy of a minor upset might just come to fruition.
There's still at least 1 more map of Counter-Strike. Nuke is map 2. That will follow the conclusion of this one. But Blue Jays just look stun-locked at this point even. That last round, everything rode on that long push. It rode on getting a pick and scaling off of it. They got nothing. They go into middle. Micro circumnavigated the map, pulled a Ferdinand Magellan, and Aether again. They double lineup for Tender, almost gets the 3rd as well on the Freshie. Before he and Laxi will combine. The scout for Laxi will get a little bit of damage under Arias, but Clip Zera and Micro both here to support. The bomb's stuck in middle. There's a player with a deagle. It's Glacia up in ton. Doesn't yield too much. Actually, it does get a kill, but takes so much damage off the back of it, it's not really worth it. As this should be an easy farm here for Clip Zera. Not exactly the nicest clip, but hey, 2 kills is 2 kills. Frags still count on the scoreboard, but Arcade comes in behind. Freshie is taken down. And so is Glacier. Map point on Dust 2, their own pick for Aether. And despite that scrappy start, a 3-3 score, it was actually 4-3 at one point, Nate. Aether have now won 9 of the last 10 rounds of this map.
You have a technical pause as well. But
Didn't
Aether,
slow them down last time.
it did not. They absolutely have woken up. We were worried at the start, with Tender being the one doing all the lifting, that things might not pan out once everybody got rifles in hand on the Blue Jays side. We know Blue Jays have a tremendous depth in terms of overall player individual prowess. Everybody can pop off at any moment. But Aether, the individuals, the components woke up. They have a very regimented playstyle, sure, but it still works when everybody is well practiced and part of the grand plan, and it's really paying dividends here, When they get kind of stumped, they don't slow down and waffle about. We saw that happen on that eco round for Blue Jays at Long, where they were smoked off, and what can they do? They just leave one player and kind of waffle about doing nothing. Instead, Aether have an idea in mind. If not, they pivot quickly, and that really does prove that their T side might be a cut above the likes of Blue Jays.
The CT side is definitely a cut above as well. I mean, just the way they rotate is a lot more secure, a lot more controlled. And I think that's been actually the biggest describer of Aether in this map. Controlled. They don't panic. They might not have the exact set of protocols, but they have enough in place, and everyone knows exactly what to do. There's no hesitation. They make their play, it doesn't work, they pivot to something else. They don't panic, they don't run around just doing nothing. They have a game plan, and they stick to it. And they ride or die by the game plan. But a lot of times, riding and dying by your game plan, you're going to be doing a lot more riding than you are going to be doing dying. We'll see what happens here, and what could be the last round of this map is there's a boost up towards tunnels trying to find the cat pick. Oh. Look at this aggression up their tons now. Aether have all the confidence, the smoke. I just think there's no way anybody's going to be pushing in behind us. But it's not the first or second time Aether have done this here. It's becoming quite predictable, but Blue Jays don't realize this. They're still walking about, slowly advancing up the catwalk. Their long players marooned indoors, afraid to show anything at all. They're still stuck. As the smokes fly in for an A-side take, there's 3 players flanking behind on catwalk. Glacia's watching the smoke. Players pop around the corner. He can't even find one. He's gone down. The long push coming through. Tender, waiting to pounce. Lets him run by. The bomb is late, but he's at least got one and a chance for 2. Can't quite come up with it. Freshie, but it didn't come from a long range with the MP9. Doesn't matter. 1.5. 1 versus 2 for Junior to stay alive on the map here. Tries to run, but Arias cuts him down in retreat. And Aether, 13-5. Stomp Blue Jays on Dust 2. And what a team performance. Tender, the engine starter, the spark plug. But once the rest of the pistons got going, this engine of Aether really took off. And Blue Jays had their wings clipped early.
Yeah, once their engine got started, once they hit cruise control, it was smooth sailing. Blue Jays had some ideas that really were on the cusp of working out. That push middle from the op of Junior really could have thrown a spanner in the works and given Blue Jays the confidence in their reads, but instead they fell flat early on. They got scared. They tried to play stock standard defaults, and that just doesn't work against a team like Aether, especially not when they've had far more time to practice than this newly reformed Blue Jays squad.
Yeah, this newly reformed Blue Jays squad just doesn't seem to have that structure that they needed. Meanwhile, Aether kept the core longer. They had the structure. They held on tight to survive the first test. But it's Nuke up next, so don't go anywhere, folks. We'll be back with map number 2 on the other side of the break. Welcome back to Blue Jays versus Aether, as Aether wipe the floor with the Blue Jays on map 1, their own pick of Dust 2, and now the Blue Jays hope to hold on to their pick of Nuke as we move in to what could be the end of the Blue Jays in this Pro League qualifier. I'm Boggs, he's Pineapple Phillips. This is the Season 22 ESL Pro League qualifiers here for North America, and a bit of a shocker from Aether, and a very dominant performance puts them in pole position to run away with this series.
Yes, the hard work on Dust 2 paid off. It was scrappy starts to both halves, but once the rifles came through proper for Aether, they wiped the floor with the Blue Jays, and that does have me worried for map 2 specifically because it's Nuke, and Junior was rather quiet with his op on map number 1. This is a map where your op should also find great success, so if he continues to find himself in that slump, things might not be good for the favored team in this matchup. Aether on the defense this time around. It is the pick of Blue Jays. They do have a hefty advantage when it comes to the stats. But again, a recently retooled Blue Jays. Things could go awry. Tender fakes the vent drop. He's up close with dualies. Arias behind sight with dualies as well. Blue Jays a split. 2 coming in mini, 3 from the lobby. Tender starts things off right. He's boxed in though. Needs to be careful. He's covered though from above, and in fact, it's a mopping of the floor for Aether. Just Junior, the super soldier again with a P250 in hand. He'll spam away Tender, but that's all he'll find. The individuals from Aether continuing to find success as everyone gets a kill, barring Micro, who just didn't see any action. And Aether quickly find themselves up 1-0, and they prevent the bomb plant as well. So Blue Jays 4 spy is going to be very scrappy going into round 2.
Also, that's 3 for 3 for Aether on the pistols. They have yet to lose one, as the gulf between these two teams continues to grow. Blue Jays have the scout, nothing else. Are well positioned to mop this up. The nade does some considerable damage, as does the MP9. Cryptic jumps away, takes himself down to 7 HP as Micro is tagged by the scout. I think it's more of a damage operation though from Blue Jays. Take some guns out, thin away that economy, light that pile of money on fire. Arias has to be careful around the corner here in mini. But aside from that, Aether are in good position to deal with this push. They shouldn't have too much trouble with it.
They're playing the right angles.
5. Yeah.
Scout wants to play as the entry, but at these claustrophobic angles, it simply won't find that damage the Glocks need to get the final couple of bullets into the player. There's tag players down below. He still finds the Scout, though, as the smoke blooms. Tender sends a Micro. A double Tender, another Dysplasia. Spammed through the smoke. As Micro finds 4 in the round. A quick and succinct one. We won't have a start like we did on Dust 2, where the teams trade rounds back and forth.
Everything working out well for the Blue Jays, or for Aether, not for the Blue Jays. Blue Jays are struggling. They finally do get a bye. They get the Deagle on Junior as he forced last round. The AK's on the rest. If Aether can control, Aether can command. Blue Jays are going to struggle more and more as time wears on in this series. Again, we still have one more series tonight as well, folks. So there's more Counter-Strike to be had, and while Blue Jays want to go fishing through that smoke, it's Micro who catches one. And again, his op has been brilliant. The same could not really be said about his compatriot on the other side, though. Micro's been winning the Opper's duels here, and by a considerable margin.
Rice, I think the Molotov try and get him finished off. They will do so successfully. Laxi, though, takes a boatload of damage, as does Junior. Micro's already...
Think that's worth it.
No. They have the utility to at least smoke off Jinky. He's getting aggressive. He's a little bit overconfident. Caught by Freshie, and looks like Arcade might get flanked by the player lobby. No, instead it's Clips there to find the next kill. On the players jumping out of control. The Molotov doesn't keep him at bay. He's going to try to go in, stop the bomb plant wherever he can. That Molotov might even finish off Laxi up close to personal. Oh,
I think.
it was jumping at control. It's in no man's land.
Oh, yeah. It's out there on the walk.
All three players are now here to defend it.
As he'll go for the sidearm and get the ding. Wow, that's just a mop-up operation from Aether as they stomp Blue Jays away. And even when Blue Jays find an inch, it's ripped out of their hands. Maybe out of their beak, you might say. And here's the other thing, too. We saw 2 timeouts in the first 6 rounds on Dust 2. We haven't seen one since. Not one timeout has been called. Aether haven't needed it. Well, if you don't count the technicals, which I don't. Aether haven't needed a timeout. Blue Jays have. They've not been utilizing what is available to them. They're back on the rocks and back on a half-buy.
Before the next rifle round would be a good time for Blue Jays.
Agreed.
Laxi weaving through the smokes outside. Micro's at ramp, and there are players grouping up in towards Trophy. Should find one here. No, he splits the goalpost. He's just trying to throw a Molotov. He needs to be really careful. He's trying to fight. Clip Zera pushing forward. Has support, but there's so many players that he just simply can't get the kills. It's only one for Arise who drops down to try to fill the gap. And this lurk outside yard catches Arcade in the chaos. It looks like Blue Jays half-buy has found success. Micronaut stuck between 2 angles, finds damage, but not the kill. Dink from Laxi and a second body shot to finish it off. It's just Tender. He's up above, and he's in a 1 versus 4. He should try to save this gun. Because Blue Jays simply have an insurmountable advantage in round 4.
Yeah, instead of a 4-0 start for Aether, Blue Jays will at least cut it down to 2 rounds in advance, and keeping 4 alive here would be better. If they can get this extra AK, even better. They can't, not yet. The other 2 already have rifles and the op for Junior, so it's not like it really makes that big of a difference at this point. Getting that upgrade for Cryptic would have been huge. Now as the bomb will tick, tick, boom. We'll see that first round.
Terrorists win.
Tender does fall, so no saved guns. Arias is low, so is Micro. 1850, 1550 for those 2. Could it be a scrappier round for Aether here? They will not have the op, that's for certain. Unless they want to go all in on an op here, which seems like a big gamble. They don't necessarily need to take. Yeah, Micro's just gonna get... No, they will. All right. 5-7 and off at an M4.
I don't love it, I don't hate it.
I don't think either is just... Do they need to take the risk now? Is the question.
We don't want Blue Jays' economy blossoming out of control. We need some roundup, keep it humble. Blue Jays going again for the same style, letting Laxi lurk across towards Secret. Aether better not be caught by that. In fact, they won't be. Micro's here posted. It's all on who makes the first play, who looks away. These might even go for full yard control. In fact, there's a player above Laxi. And there's players now slowly getting towards red. Micro. That will incentivize him to stay here. Further his opportunity to find the opening. Tender gets the info. Hits the shot to the wall, but not the kill. He'll smoke and run away. They're going to go through that. Should nicely. Won't, actually. Double back. Go towards Arias now in mini. Up close to the 5-7. P9 distracts, and now Tender can strike 1 and 2 found before falling. The player top hut, though, falls as well. Missed the Molotov. Gives Tender an opportunity up top. No, he's spotted by Clasia. The op coming up the vents is a very audacious call, and it's just Clip Zera now in heaven. The nade will stop the bomb plant. Will it buy enough time? That's the question. Oh, it doesn't quite do it. 1 HP on the bomb planter. And Junior, similarly about half HP, could have been felled by that MP9 had his shot not been so quick.
Yeah, that nade, it doesn't take out the bomb plant, and that really does make it a more difficult clutch in that 1v3 as well. If the bomb is denied, Laxi's gone. then it's a different story. Then you have some time to play with. You have to force Blue Jays to plant in that situation. You just hide and buy your own time. At that point, you control more variables. But unfortunately, they does all but one. So Aether are on nothing but USPs. But this USP round could do some damages. Blue Jays are walking right into the party here. Freshie gets spotted dropping onto top mini, too. Will he expect the boost up behind credit card? I don't think so. One does cross into secret, unnoticed, given the guys in the smoke. And there's the dink onto Freshie, but not the kill, so that will make it a lot more difficult to finish off the player up top mini. Nade does some chunky damage as another one follows up. Flash is rating high. No kills, finally one. That's 10. Op will strike, but Freshie falls. Micro moving around. The Glacia, Cryptic sprays, and he does have another victim of his own. Flash in the garage, he'll continue to scale. Micro dancing around, counter straight back in, heads delivered. Swift death as well. And Cryptic will double it up onto a Horias as we have a 3-3 tie ball game. But buys back out for Aether. Blue Jays, however, on their map pick, finding some resurgence after losing the pistol round in the following two. Need to string more together, though. I'm yet to be convinced that this is replicable, that this is stable for Blue Jays. This round will go a long way to either proving or disproving whether or not this Blue Jays team can survive in this match.
So, well, keep in mind these first couple rounds that they've gotten on the board came off the back of the half-buy. That scrappy, aggressive play towards ramp. It's Aether's turn now to get scrappy with... It's a mixed bag of weaponry. Mostly M4s, okay utility, but that XM1014 is what I'm really looking at to do something random. Micro trying to go up secret. He's spotted by Laxi and he has no idea. Or does he? It's a scrappy duel. It's kind of the theme of this game, but Micro's the one to come out on top with the weapon of an easier spray pattern. The A1S finding that kill. But there now at ramp spots at least one. He knows there's multiple here because of the utility, and he'll quickly fall back. Ramp control taken by Blue Jays, but they don't have the main advantage. And Aether want to press set advantage. Getting up close in towards Hut, getting up close towards the squeaky door. Glacia now paranoid, has to clear out back towards the yard. Aether also have to do the very same.
Aether do have that mana advantage, although very tenuously, as Micro's on 5 HP. Don't think you can really count that as too much of a... All he bounces off of tender matches. If he doesn't have them all bounce off of him to get him at full speed, he's got Glacia dead to rights.
Oh, Cryptic on this flank!
Oh yeah, they don't know he's here, and he will take down two. Juna, Arias, or Arcade rather, and Arias down as Glacia does take some damage through that smoke. Cryptic there up top in heaven, an angel of death in favor of the Blue Jays, and outside Glacia. Backstab onto Clipzera. Blue Jays 4 on the bounce. And looking stronger and stronger as this series evolves. Timeout used by Aether. They are not afraid to use it. Only needed once in the first map. One time for use here. 2 more after this one. But Blue Jays eking out a small lead for the first time on Nuke. And for the second time all series. They should not have too much trouble keeping it. It's going to be a half-buy at best from Aether here. No way Aether go all in. There's no point.
No. They really need to shut down this Blue Jays default because they've been going for it time and again. They throw the smokes in the outer yard. They let Laxi do his pathing, cross in towards secret. It's only been punished once, and even then just barely. When Micro won that duel in the round prior, he only won it by 5 HP. But that's the stock standard start for Blue Jays time and again. If Aether can figure out a way to disrupt that, whether it be that op in the yard nading the smoke or something similar, might have a real chance for Aether to get back into it. Or the individuals can simply pop off. It's the pistols, and it's Micro back of red to find 2 quickly crossing. Cryptic over the smoke finds the rise, but they know Micro's still slinking around in those smokes. Micro trying to find the trade frag, trying to maintain this 2-man advantage he built so early on, but Freshie instead crossing into secret finally gets the trade. 3 versus 3. 5 7s and a USP versus 3 AKs. And as you can tell, Aether has Blue Jays might have to be weary of every angle. Tender pushing outside yard catches. Clays are dropping. Blue Jays. It's the old school duo, Cryptic and Freshie. To rotate down quickly into secret. They have the right read. They have the bomb. But Aether are also quickly making the correct read for themselves.
Bomb is down, and Cryptic going aggressive, has to be careful. Will catch Tender out utility, but as he knows the Molotov's about to fade, he'll toss in the flash. Will not go, but here's the backstab. Arcade in the back line. Freshie flips around to try and counter, but there is Tender coming up from the ramp side. Aether back on the board, a 4th on their side, and a couple of beautiful deagle shots from Micro to kickstart it. Again, the individual starting something has been the name of the game for both of these two teams. It's been these key momentum swingers that have changed things to the favor of one team or another. And it's Micro, who's had a very good series so far, that really gets it going for Aether with those 2 quick shots, and then really well played by them to close out the round as well. The little bait and switch on ramp was beautiful.
Yes, it was. And as you mentioned about the first map, Boggs, the last time Blue Jays had a lead, it was 4-3 in their favor. And they just lost the first round having a 4-3 lead here on Nuke. Aether, off the back of that success, try to get aggressive again in the yard. Laxi wins the duel, but barely. Blue Jays are already down the vents as well. Aether already on the back foot very early, even more so now that Junior outside of the vent finds 1 and 2. Taking a dink for his troubles, but I think cementing the round at this stage. Clubzera and Tender, final pair, 1 in heaven, already known to exist. Tender on the spray down, nearly getting 2, but only 1 instead. Leaving Clubzera in a 1 versus 4. There are players low on HP, Cryptic and Junior. The 1v4 seems like too tall a task for Clubzera. It seems he'll probably go for the save instead. Blue Jays again taking the lead.
Yeah, back and forth does not favor the CT side at all. The economy is going to struggle for them. And when you look over at the Blue Jays side of things, they're not losing too many people in these wins. Junior probably going to be able to get back to safety soon enough here, so should be another 4 alive, rather, for the Blue Jays. Aether might have to go back to the drawing board. They can't rely on individual brilliance to win all the rounds. They need more. And Junior cannot get to safety. He will explode as the cone of death that is the Nuke bomb radius claims another victim. I would not be surprised to see another time out of Aether here. I feel like you need 6 at a minimum. 7 would be, at this point, it is your best possible scenario, but also your least amount of rounds you'd like to have on a CT set Nuke. So, for Aether here, they really got to pick up the pace. There's 3 more rounds to go, and they need all 3. Yes, start from not getting picked off early.
The issue for Micro is the fact that he hasn't had the op in hand. He's still doing okay for himself, but the CT's definitely want that longer range opportunity. Blue Jays more than comfortable foregoing said weapon, though. As you can tell, Junior snap-bought an AK with 6k remaining in the bank, so T side not so keen to bring out that same weapon, and we're seeing the exact same stock standard play from Blue Jays. Show presence across the map, get Laxi down secret, and go from there. The spam from the smoke as well connects onto Arcade. Micro again taking this duel, winning it, but very narrowly. So even though we're at a even footing of 4 apiece, Micro so low that it's basically a 3 versus 4 for Aether, whether Blue Jays know it or not.
Nice pick from Arias. Tender chimes in with 2 more of his own. Only Fresh standing here as the Blue Jays taken down again. Tender, a 3-piece. And Aether, draw level once more. 2 more rounds to go in the half. Keep an eye on that Blue Jays money. It's starting to dwindle, as are the round counts remaining in this first half. 1450 left for Clasia, 850 for Laxi, 1300 on Freshie. Cryptic and Junior both over 2k. The overall financial situation of Blue Jays is not good at all. Got a bomb plan. They would be sorely tried to get a strong buy-up in the next round. There's a prime opportunity for Aether to grab themselves 7 out of this half, which would be quite a good scoreline considering their struggles with that streak from Blue Jays. But again, this default has worked out so well for them. Micro still lacks the op, but he's in a position to at least go 1 for 1. Would like to get a couple more out of it. He's 2 for 1 before he falls. Reshi walks right into 2 outside, but there's more players around here, and it's Cryptic and Laxi who find the starts. Clip0 long range finds nothing but chip damage, and through the smoke Arcade answers, but it's far too little, far too late. Glasia up through the smoke, and Tender the last alive. Nothing he can do but watch and wait and pray that he survives.
Laxi, nice adjustment down towards Secret. He just holds in an off angle, waiting for Micro to walk in because he knows that's exactly what's going to happen. Tender in the vent spotted by the player top hut. No weapons saved for Aether, but they should have enough money to buy for the most part. Might have to see some SMGs or maybe an XM10 on Arcade. Best case scenario for Aether is a 6-6 scoreline going into the second half. And again, Aether just simply can't counter this Blue Jays default. Struggled to do so time and again. This round, though, anything but a default. Coming racing out towards A. Laxi finds the first. Tender 1 and done. That's the site taken. The Clip there should be blindsided from the back end. Yes, he is. Just Arcade to try and keep Aether even keel versus their adversaries. That seems unlikely at this stage. An MP9 versus 4. No reason to save. He'll try his darndest. But it seems like a guaranteed 7th for Blue Jays at this stage as the bomb slowly ticks away. Arcade just looking for an upgrade, looking for something. Time about halfway gone. Thinking about grabbing the rifle, he will do so, but the sound cue's now there. Junior at range on the AK, hits the headshot as Blue Jays steal away the advantage as we hit the halftime break.
If all that it's saying is true, there's a war before your eyes. Tell me, can you see right through? Right through, right through. sidelines. We go disconnecting from the city and the skyline. This is the numbers again. The fights, the fear, the fear. This is the numbers again. Counting up coins for a soda can. And there's nothing going on, no game plan, no plans. So I'm jumping out the fire, back into the frying pan. I'm trying to disconnect from the stats and the spray tans. Just another piece of data. Just This is the numbers again. The fights, the fear, the fear. This is the numbers again. It's just another number, another number, another
I've been searching and searching for quite a long time. Been looking all over without a sign.
They took themselves to a T-side lead. 7-5 the score at the first half of their own map pick. Boggs and Pineapple Phillips on the call. Aether on the T-side pistol have a bit of utility to work with. Clejan and Laxi both have dualies. And Laxi did some good work with that on Dust 2, but Blue Jays are still without a pistol round victory in this series. No better time than now to buck that trend. A hit on the cards for Aether here. Nade blows open door. Flashes mollies raining into sight. Laxi still in hunt. Uncleared, unnoticed. Vent drop, is that the call? It is indeed. And Aether getting cheeky with it if they could actually find their way down the ladder, which they finally do after a very long amount of time. And I think now Blue Jays realize what's happened, but do they expect Arcade? They don't! Good start, but Junior holds the line. 2 quick kills. Has help as well. Freshia third. Claysia chimes in. And Micro's nowhere near the bomb. And being dead makes it a little bit further away. So Blue Jays win their first pistol round. Only 1 casualty on this one as well. And so Aether might be running out of life on Nuke. Anubis, that third map, looking a lot more likely as the rounds drone on.
The pressure mounting for Aether. They might feel compelled to go for the force buy just given the fact that they're so far behind now. This is a very CT-sided map typically. That's just a sub 70% win rate on the CT side for Blue Jays. 69.1. Now, Aether in their 1 map played are statistically more T-sided in their endeavors. And that can be easily skewed given their opponent in that 1 single matchup. Aether going for SMGs and Tech 9s. No Galils to be spoken of. Instead of 1 that utility. Out ramp they'll come. Claysia misses the opportunity to find 1. They'll fall back and throw a nade. Aether with that control might slow down, or they might not. Just straight down the ramp they'll come. Klasia up close, his support elsewhere from MP9. First is felled. Klasia now a lot to do, gets 2, but runs out of bullets for the 3rd. Even footing as Micro smokes the double door. Goes for the plant. The issue is that Blue Jays have rotated in. Cryptic stops that bomb plant at long last. Tender on the FAMAS can't connect the shots at range. That leaves Arcade, the lurk, in a 1v3. No bomb plant to force Blue Jays into the open. Just a Tech 9 and a dream and a hope. Swing comes through. Oh, there's the information again. Should be no chance for this Tech 9 in the round.
Yeah, the dream and hope is very far-fetched, to say the least. And as the volley goes in, the damage is done. Freshie will finish off Arcade with relative ease. And so, the 4-round lead now goes to Blue Jays. The last time we saw a 9-5 score between these two teams was in favor of Aether on Dust 2. Blue Jays in command, looking to notch double digits for the first time in this series here. They should have all they need to do it. Nate, are you seeing what I am seeing on Aether's side of things? Something that has 8 rounds in not even a magazine, it's a drum.
It feels like the logo is just wrong. It doesn't even look like an R8 on the overlay.
It looks like a
because
flare gun.
It looks, yeah, it's so seldom used that it's just like a 44 Magnum stand-in pick. Won't stop its counterpart, though, the Deagle, from starting things off.
I never thought I would see an R8 revolver in anything that held the name Pro League on it.
Well, believe it. Actually doubling down with Clip Zero Rise. There's the stand from it. It has a lot of stopping power through the wall, so it could theoretically actually get a kill there.
Oh no.
Tender one in trade. It's again Arcade in 1v3. This time an upgraded weapon, though. Better than the Tech 9 at this range, I'd say. Barely.
I don't know. I'd rather have multiple rounds to shoot. It does nothing.
You didn't get a chance to right-click. Kill from Freshie was so quick.
Right click at that range is almost guaranteed to miss. But that was an interesting call. An R8 revolver in the Pro League qualifier. Well, now we have real guns. Op for Junior, AKs for everybody else on the T side, of Hamas and M4s. Got the Blue Jays rivalry. There's an outer yard. Trying to find a head over top of Marshmallow. Sees nothing, hears nothing. Runs away. Takes some nade damage. Delivers a little bit of chip of his own. But Aether have slipped a gap here. And Arias might be able to find a way back in. He's following the smoke. And timing is against him.
Klasia finds Arcade, yeah. The idea was there. The timing was a few milliseconds too late. Freshie finds one from top of Silo, and Clip Zera tries to find the Op of Junior, which misses its mark, but he can't punish the Opper. 2v5, nearly all the information is there for Blue Jays. Micro going to try to be a hero out in the yard. They know they're running out of time in this map, so they have to find something at least.
They need kills. One's not enough. Two's not enough. They can force a save. 3 would be Zera gets chunked and bagged. Glazier, Cryptic, a brace apiece. Freshie with the other. 2 more rounds for Blue Jays and a third map between these two sides. And the money is dire for Aether. They're going to have to go in here, though. I don't think you want to go 7 map points in a row. So you gamble here. Put all your cards on the table. And hope.
Or at least
pray.
a heavy half buy.
Yeah. It's too tepid. Unless they can win the Deagle, in which case, props to them. Had good Deagle plays so far from Tinder and Micro particularly. It almost feels like a situation where you either have to commit or not at all.
Shadow spotted. Cryptic gets away. Lots of players in the yard for Blue Jays. 2 here and a third in quick rotation towards Mini. Junior's nade drops Arias. Flips his wings. We're open for a bit of a play clip. Zera finally waking up. He's got a quiet second map. He gets one before falling. The spam though drops his teammate as he falls as well. Micro giving his team some hope. Is Deagle again hitting the kill feed. The 2v3 is still a tall task, especially with Arcade on only the P250. Now just Arcade on the P250 to fend off map point on this second map. Kalasia should have him get the rights. There it is. 12-5 map point for Blue Jays. The point that we talked about at the start of this game, but haven't since, is that this is an elimination match. It's the phase 1 of this qualifier. If you lose one series, you're done. So one of these teams will be going home after this match today.
Yep.
That's a lot of pressure. Micro has his op. Junior has his as well. Aether looking to make it 7 in a row to get to overtime.
It is the Thunderdome here, Nate. You have to survive, you have to win to thrive, and Cryptic finds 2 quick kills out her yard. Freshie a third as the kills are coming in bunches and flurries. And Aether have found nothing to fight back with here. Zilch on the side, and Micro walks into the crosshair of Junior's op, which will not miss that. And Tender the last alive. Nothing he can really do. One from up top! Chunk him low, and Laxi the finishing blow. Blue Jays return the favor at 13-5 on their own map pick. Take it to the third. That's Anubis coming up here in just a little bit. But Cryptic topped the scoreboard for Blue Jays, and that's something we've seen from Cryptic teams from time to time. But Nate, it's not usually a good thing when he's on the top of the scoreboard.
No, it's not replicable. It feels good when the goings gets easy, but when it gets tough and he's absent, that's when things can really get difficult. Aether looked out of their depth, though, on this map. They tried to rush top mini in that round when they knew that Cryptic's played that spot for at least a couple of rounds. He's done it at least 2, if not 3, throughout that very short second half. So not making the right reads, not making the right adjustments are Aether. And given both teams' lackluster records on Anubis, it leaves me very worried as we hit the decider for the aspirations of Aether.
It's going to be rough for both of these 2 teams on Anubis, though neither one particularly likes it. But we'll find out who can survive and move on to the next stage of the Pro League qualifiers. Anubis coming up on the other side.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. It is do or die for both Aether and Blue Jays as we enter the deciding map between these two. It's Pineapple Phillips and Boggs on the mic. And Aether, having won their map pick 13-5, stumble on the second where Blue Jays take it in the exact same fashion, 13-5. But I will say that second map looked far more convincing for Blue Jays than the first did for Aether.
Yeah, and for Blue Jays, yes, it looks good on paper, but there was a worrying factor, and that was the fact that Cryptic topped the scoreboard. Not Clasia, not Junior. It was your IGL. And there have been moments on all of Cryptic's rosters where they'll win games and he just pops off. But it's usually an indicator of something deeper plaguing the team. And that's a lack of overall firepower. And the Blue Jays are going to need that. Say they get past Aether. There's teams like M80 in this qualifier. Do not want to have to rely on your in-game leader to top the scoreboard against M80.
No, you don't. Now, there is a silver lining. Once you make it out of this round 2 of, what do we call it? Section 1?
Stage 1.
Stage 1. There we go. That's the word I was looking for. Once you make it out of round 2 of stage 1, you do at the very least get into a double elimination bracket. Right now, it's do or die. Aether's already played one because they were one of the 4 or 8 low seeds going into this Pro League qualifier. So they've had to run a gauntlet and a half to fall short right here at the end on map 3 of the second matchup versus a heavy hitter like Blue Jays. You can't help but be proud you took a map off them, but you also have to have a bittersweet moment because of how close it really came. Now, this is the decider. Normally, we don't get this luxury, even on deciders. You get to see the knife rounds, see who starts where. It is definitely a nice change of pace. Although you get to see how slow and baity some of these teams are. Aether's a literal line in middle, just waiting as sharks are on both sides for Blue Jays. Here it comes at long last, and it is Blue Jays to swiftly take it. This map historically was T-sided. Will Blue Jays elect to start there? That is the question.
We'll find out momentarily here as to what they want to do. Let's see. Waiting on the all-important information.
They have their time.
Yeah. Well, they have their sweet time. I mean, we still got another match to get to, too, so, you know, if they want to hurry it up, that'd be great.
That match only starts in an hour, doesn't it?
Should be just about 50-ish minutes.
Oh, yeah, because the delay built in. Yep.
Let's find out. What are we looking at here? Yeah, literally 58 minutes as of right now.
Not including the delay on stream, so for
Correct.
chat, it's probably like 52 or 50 probably is the best approximation.
I would say probably about 55, 54, somewhere around there. Starting
And keep
at 8 Eastern, 5 Pacific. There.
And it's getting info versus anything else is what we're currently planning on covering. Anything else, another one of those teams that had to come through round 1 of that stage 1 bracket.
And getting info, another team will have a bit of a roster surprise with.
Yeah, because they didn't play in the first round, so we don't know what the adjustment's going to be.
Yeah, we don't know what their full vibe is going to be. We don't know anything else.
Hopefully it starts sooner rather than later.
We'll find out. Along with you guys. As dark as you are right now. Watching the players run around and warm up.
Both teams are very T-sided.
They are very T-sided, but they're also very, I think in the Blue Jays case, very unwinning on this map. 0-4 for Blue Jays. 1-4 for Aether. So at least they have 1-1. Small victories.
It's
Blue
2
Jays
against 2.
have not played Anubis since May of this year.
May.
And no notable
was-
wins on this map for Aether. Their one win, I believe, was Tsunami, but don't quote me.
I didn't even read it, so I have no clue.
It's Stamina's advanced team.
That would make sense. It looks like we have decided Blue Jays on the T side was their choice. Aether now on the defense. 2 sets of dualies for Tender and Clipsera. Arcade to drop those over. 1 set of utility for Clasia, and this walk from Arias. It's going to be foolhardy. 3 are here. Junior in the off angle gets a free first. Now there's only one defender with a multitude of angles to hold. Laxi. Through E-Box. They're just playing passive on the site instead, though. Arcade and Sarah. Here's the jump up. Gets one. Now challenges Pizza. Bullets is the call, and bullets will not land. Cryptic finds both of those two players on the site. 2v4 for Tender and Micro. It looks like the Blue Jays might have finally fixed their pistol round woes as they took the second pistol round in map 2 and now look well poised to take the first in map 3.
Bomb ticks away, retake is on, but time is running out. On the Tender makes it more difficult. Nothing. Tender as Micro goes 1 for 1. And Tender falls to the swing from Clasia. Blue Jays now 2 in a row on the pistol round. Aether won the first 3. Blue Jays the most recent 2. We'll see what comes of this second round as Aether have a decision to make. Do they force or do they save? And I believe the save is going to be more their temperament. Meanwhile, Blue Jays, I think we could all just figure out they're going to go all in as much as they can. And yeah, Aether, P250, and I think a smoke is all they invest in. So very minimal investment. Nade's going to go in and do a little bit of damage. A lot of damage. Arcade wears that like a suit.
This mid-set does not pay off. That's 2 Molotov kills, if I'm not mistaken. No, not quite. They survived right along the edge of the wall there. The Molotov very nearly caught them from Cryptic. 2-0. Quick and succinct. Only one player falls, and that was a Mac 10 wielder in Cryptic. He can soak up those losses easily. Solid bonus for the Blue Jays in round number 3. And Aether's buy still not the best. No helmets for Clipzera or Tender. Arcades on an MP9. And utility definitely leaves us wanting for more.
MP9 versus Mac 10. Utility definitely something big. As is Freshy's map control over on the B side. Nobody over Aether. And Laxi down in the canals puts 2 to bed. A watery grave before he falls. Micro comes in and picks off Clasia. But Freshy swings and will avenge his teammate. 2 versus 3 on the retake. Arcade looking for an upgrade. M4 in hand. Much better than the MP9. Much more desirable in the situation than the MP9. Tender on the long walk. B main out in the open. Junior. Crispy with the headshot. And Arcade.
That should be the round.
That should be the round. Arcade doesn't even have a kit. Why is Arcade here?
Trying to bait them in. Oh, they're all coming in. They're all coming back in. 2 of them are at least.
Terrorists win.
Cryptic knows the radius well. Stays alive.
I guess 1 extra kill's not too bad.
Aether.
Not too bad at all.
No, it's not too bad whatsoever. Aether tried to fight for canal control in that round. They threw the smoke towards bottom stairs. They pushed through the smoke. The issue is Blue Jays, whether by luck or by intuition, read it quickly and just pushed into a free B site. And on top of that, Laxi got both the players waiting for him in that smoke bottom E-box. So a big individual buff right now for the Blue Jays players. Aether, I like their setups, but they're simply missing the timings and the opportunities. Jays. Build this T economy. Because Aether only have that 1 salvage rifle and a couple of pistols.
There's a 1-for-1 trade. That's not too shabby for this.
You got Laxi down to 10. It was a deagle. That first kill as well. Sheer luck. He gets blinded as he swings.
Clasia needs that tap. Has to be careful. Tender converging on the position as well, pushing it through a main. Blue Jays are in a bit of a pickle as they're all stuck in mid. They don't want to get overwhelmed by pistols, and they seem to be very, very scared. With the possibility there is one hiding under every blade of grass. If there was grass on this map, every corner, every shadow could hold a Deagle, a 5.7, a P250. That saved M4. Clasia, so careful. The rest of the team moves towards A. Now the backstab's on, the backstab's in. Arias coming in through the backside. Et tu, Brute. Knife kill, money, and a round. Could open up here. Tender's Deagle, silenced though, before it can find a mark. And that might just encourage Aether to go for a save. So they have armor and rifles here. The money's not great. They really need to force the issue to get Clipzera an upgrade. He might just be alone to stick around and try and find something, but
They're all here.
Aether are debating going for this. And that's a nice shot. For another Freshy outside of the flames somehow, some way. And Arcade toyed with and eventually put to bed. 4-0 start on the T side for the Blue Jays.
Very clean start, but that was a worrisome round that could have spiraled out of control. That Deag 1.5, almost 2 in middle for Micro. Again, his Deagle still hot from map 2. I'd go from Arias as well. Helps out economically. I believe he dropped the rifle, maybe not. He just full bot for himself. Op is in play. That is the biggest takeaway here. These close angles. A straight flashing, no frills play towards B. Clipzera up close falls. Arias as well. They find nothing while defending this site. Only 2 players on B. Might need to be fortified to 3 as this side of the map has fallen all too often. In a 3 versus 5 with the op on your back as well, you're probably going to call it quits, call it a save. And that they will. But Aether, tactical timeout necessary at this point. This B site has been exploited by quick plays more than once at this stage, and you're down by leaps and bounds. Something needs to change.
A timeout to try and change things, but right now it just seems to be a lack of firepower as everybody on Blue Jays, aside from Clasia, has picked up the pieces. Picked up the pace. Cryptic still towards the top side of the Black Sea. Freshy goes down, as does Clasia. No scope for Micro to keep those guns alive, but well worth the hunt if you are the Blue Jays there. But again, if you're Aether, Arcade 0, Clipzera 1, 2 for Arias and Tender, 4 for Micro. The timeout comes through, but they need to find an answer. They need to find a way to stop Blue Jays from running rampant across the server. And arguably their most effective round was the pistol round. Not the pistol itself, but that pistol half by 2 rounds ago now.
Yeah, the eco.
Yeah, that was the round that actually caused the most trouble for Blue Jays from a tactical standpoint.
Yes, it was. Aether get a full buy once again off the back of that triple save. Timeout called as well. Again, change something up because they're just getting ran over on B. They're not throwing a smoke early. They're not throwing any sort of utility to stymie aggression. It's definitely worrisome. Still only 2 defenders on B. Freshy. Some feigning presence over there, throwing that piece of utility in. Micro needs to be careful here. 3 players at different angles. Will be flashed back quickly. It has been now a fortified B site. 3 players there. 2 on A. One of them holding middle, one of them holding main. Micro's op needs to be very careful not to get one and done in this game.
In they go, and they found nobody home. There's smokes down to hide the remaining defenders. Again, damage starting to rain through against Aether. Cryptic finds out in middle. A second opportunity, and he capitalizes upon it. Up goes Clasia looking for Arcade. Raz the smoke fades. Freebie for Arcade. Or for Clasia, rather, in a second. On to Micro. Clipzera spotted and removed. A flawless anti-gun round for Blue Jays. And What a performance from the individuals now on map 3 as everyone is firing on all cylinders. A sleepy start, but they keep heating up. Nuke started to change things, and Anubis. Good grief, Nate. Aether. Looks like they're not even in the server.
Yeah, looking like a slide for the Aether side. They're simply getting called out time and again, individually and in terms of team play. Blue Jays just simply have them beat. Aether are going for some beautiful strats, going for some good team play. But they simply aren't connecting their shots or getting called out on timings or counterplays from Blue Jays. Nice push from Arcade in middle. A labored spray, but he does catch Junior finally on the board. Here comes the B-take, and finally it looks like they're well poised to stop it. Clipzera gets 2, Arias a 3rd. Laxi will get control, but he has to get the bomb, and he's alone. 1 versus 3, he'll grab the bomb. First step completed, but still a lot of angles left to clear, including that op over at long. Smoke for the cross. Why did he just double back? He's trying to beckon in a flank, but Aether aren't keen on giving that away. The spam from the op of Micro. 1 shot, 2 shot, confident in his spam. He finds the kill and prevents the bomb plant. Aether are finally on the board. And Blue Jays' economy actually isn't the best for a lot of the team. Well, I say that. Pages at 950, but everybody else is doing pretty well. Full AK's still on the board for this offense.
They don't need the op on B side. They can just run around and shoot. Cryptic and Laxi getting aggressive. Everybody else is going to follow suit. Micro, though, does have that zoom banger back in hand. We saw him put it to spam. Here. Laxi. That flashbang and opens it up onto Clipzera. In comes the beat. Taking the back pillar. Laxi does his due diligence, and that keeps him alive and adds another kill to his tally. Still knows Tender's somewhere in the back lines of B site. Felicia holds now flank. Ready for someone to come to the boat. And finds Arcade as the smoke blooms again. Aether can't buy luck. And Blue Jays continue to exploit everything. Last 2 sticking together, trying to keep these guns over to the next round. But Brazil score on a 7-1 lead for Blue Jays. High on the cards, and Micro doesn't even see Freshy on that one. That's just Blue Jays starting to full force here. Tender, crispy shot. Does he have more? Nope, no, backstab. Night.
Difficult spot for Aether. At this point, they lost their they got their 1 victory isolated, is what I meant to say. Blue Jays, again, rebuilding that T-side economy they had in near full force. And Aether just still seem kind of lost. That aggressive push middle, finding the opening, finding the opportunity from Arcade is what started off what became their eventual victory. You see more aggression, more reads like that from Aether if they won't even stand a chance at this point because they are leaps and bounds behind Blue Jays. Push in a main from a pistol of Tender. Gets nothing. Just some damage and info. Zera does have 1 hero rifle for his team. They're double pushing B main. There's some aggression I wanted to see. The question is, will it come in too late? Because this A site split is already coming to fruition. Fresh holding for 1, spots both, gets the first. So Juna does find 1 before falling. Junior gets the second. Arias trying to find something. Camera gets nothing. It's just Clipzera. A 1 versus 4. He found the first, but with 3 more to find in low HP, no kit, no utility. He's going to save this gun for the following. But again, the question becomes, will Blue Jays allow him to save this weapon? Because we know for a fact the T-side is going to try to hunt him down.
How long can he stay alive? It's a game of survival. And potentially a little horror added in. We'll see. As for Aether, Anubis has turned potentially a dream, a third map against Blue Jays, to a certain nightmare. And that was half a second away from being a jump scare. A death for Clipsera. And no surviving rifles. Aether will buy up again. But nothing is sticking. Nothing is working. And I don't have an answer for them, and I don't think Aether's players and coaching staff does either. It just seems to be an outclassing at this point. It's a little unfortunate, a lot of it unfortunate, really, for Aether, considering how well they played on Dust 2.
Yeah, I really like the Dust 2 play.
Yeah, the Dust 2 was really good from them all around. From the individual standpoint, to the structure, to... It was all the right building blocks, but moving through Nuke, and now especially here on Anubis, is just a rather bleak look. I mean, again, they have the right structure, they have the right pieces in place on it. It's just about getting those over, and a nade kill actually does get one back onto Junior. But as it stands, 8, potentially 9, potential 10 1/2 here. In feed. Not great for Aether. That's a kill that Tender needs to find. Not be allowed to get that. So Arcade does go back to one more. 3 versus 3, and now Clipsera doubles up! It's all down to Clasia. And maybe, just maybe, Aether have another one in the bag and can go back to an 8-4. Other plans, other ideas. He's cooking! And he's just brought it to a 1 versus 1. Perfect Molotov, reading Micro well. But he slipped through the fire. I don't know if Clasia heard him. 7 HP for the last remaining T as he waits for a drop, somebody to come through Canal. Now, wary of all the angles, 30 seconds to go. Time is ticking, but he has a little bit to play with. Micro knows this. Does not have a kit either. No utility. And Clasia cannot go back to A. He has to plant on B. And as soon as it goes down, Micro's going to know where to go. And Clasia, little does he know, is free to make his play. 6 seconds. Sticks the bomb. Micro's op rotates in through Temple. Only needs one shot. But Clasia might have multiple opportunities to do this. Whoa, he just crosses. Timing coming through. Watching CT! But he comes back just too late. As Micro able to walk around and find a second round for Aether.
Finally get to see that aggression down canals from Aether. They've been setting up time and again. They know that smoke bottom stairs. They get control. They spot the cross middle through the window. And it looked kind of dire at the start. They missed their opening opportunities to find kills. But once Blue Jays were distracted between the two disparate angles, they were kind of stuck in a kill zone where they couldn't fight their way out, even with the numerical advantage. Well done from Aether, but again, it got down to the wire. Clasia very nearly pulling off the 1 versus 3. Even with a good setup, Blue Jays individuals can bring them out of a bad situation. Again, this aggression down in canals. Spam through the smoke. Junior finds the first in spite of that, and Laxi looks well poised to find the second. Tries instead to win the duel, but Junior gets the trade. The aggression in A main now doesn't have much support from Micro on the other side. Good adjustment from Blue Jays to smoke off this A main. Make it more awkward.
Granted, Araya should not have had 2 opportunities at the kill there.
Stand up. Ooh, Junior quicker on the shot. Tech9 gets the kill. Arcade trying to, again, get up close and scrappy. Micro as well, rotating around, finds a kill. It's a 2 versus 2 for Freshie and Kalasia. They've made the right read. Go towards B. Micro also making a very similar good read. The question is, will he beat them on the cross? The answer is no. Smoke in. Doesn't hit the shot. It was a very narrow opportunity. So we're going to have a 2 versus 2 retake. Micro and Arcade versus Freshie and Clasia.
Well, as the bomb ticks away, there is a kit for Arcade, but no utility left. Moving back in. Smoke goes into E-Box. That's where Freshie's hiding. Over in main, Clasia looks, but finds nothing. The cross is silent. Smoke goes in. The smoke in the backstab, though. Clasia won. They know where Micro is as well. Jumps through and passes Freshie in the dark. Freshie in, but a no-scope from Micro is too little too late. As the ball blows up. And Blue Jays add another round to their tally, up to 9. Micro, though, showing a little bit of Pineapple Phillips no-scope skill. It's his second of the series, Nate. You're rubbing off on him a little bit.
Yeah, I've taught him. He's been in the server enough times to glean a little bit of information. Aether. Down by miles, by leagues even at this point. 2 MP9s, a FAMAS, an M4, and an AWP versus full AKs all grouped up outside B, ready for another quick B play. The question is, will Aether be ready to stop it this time around? Defense has been hit and miss. Arias and Micro up close and personal. The AWP no scope for one, but the FAMAS cannot follow up. It's again Laxi on a double. He's had a heck of a map 3. Clipzera in the E-box smoke. Got here quickly. The question is, will they expect him in spite of his speed? Seems like they will. Clearing out the angle. It's Kalasia dropping middle to get the kill. Junior dropping arcade. And Tender on an MP9 in a 1 versus 4. Seems nigh impossible. Of course, he has to at least try to do something, but through the fire and the flames, Junior establishes a commanding 10-2 lead for Blue Jays as we hit the halftime break. Okay, sounds good.
Got you.
Commanding 10-2 lead for the Blue Jays as we hit the start of the second half on this decider in the series between Blue Jays and Aether. It's Pineapple Phillips and Boggs on the mic, and I believe a tactical timeout to start this half coming out from Aether. I could be wrong. But this pistol round is very much do or die for the T side. They need to win this round because there's simply not enough room left. They lose it, they're down 2-11. They have to force by at that point. They lose that 12-2. They have no money. This first half is not doing them any favors. As Aether look to go for something quick, out rugs to A. Nobody is on this site, so it is the right call from the T side. The question is, will their post-plant setup be up to snuff?
Well, they haven't won a pistol round in 3. This will be a very timely one to pick up, and they get the dink from Micro onto Freshie as the bomb continues to tick. Clipsera down. Well, Clipsera 1. Clipsera second. Arcade comes through, but Clipsera has all 3. But here comes Junior. 1, 2. Not the third, but Freshie does not know where Arcade lies. As Freshie jumps down into the site, time is running out. Taps the bomb, expecting main, not expecting. Over towards Cam's side. Easiest kill of Arcade's life right there. And a critical pistol round for Aether to survive goes their way.
The first of many trials passed. Now the second one coming through swiftly as Blue Jays are going for the force buy. 3 MP9s, a FAMAS, a Deagle. Scary buy given the form that Blue Jays have been in on this map. Three MAC-10s and AKs for Aether to try and continue their do-or-die sprint.
This flank in behind is unnoticed, unheard. Now they finally realize what's happening. Out on the tees. Arcade 1, Micro 2. MAC-10's farming the money. As Tender spots a couple from upper right as well. Third one in, third one down. P9 pushing in on Tender, finally putting him to bed. But Blue Jays have been obliterated in this round. And, well, looks like maybe, instead of being Blue Jays side of this map, I just lean heavily on the T side for both of these two teams. It's still very early to tell. No gun rounds yet, but Aether looking alive here in the second half.
Yep. That pistol round was the most important piece. Now they can breathe, but they can't breathe much. They still got to keep their foot to the gas. As Arcade finds one. Cryptic a trade, at least something to show for his team. The second one in the round. Arcade is heard. The MP9 is the better of the SMGs. The third player fell, and now an expensive one for Aether. But they only lose the MAC-10s at least. Investments coming through. Gonna elect to go for 2 more MAC-10s once again in this round for Aether. Makes sense. The force buy for Blue Jays did not work out.
Counter damage though not too shabby. Laxi though cleans up 2. Cryptic in towards main has found a pair as well. It's a 1 versus 2 for Clipsera. No armor on his opponent's Molotov for Glazier, who's forced forward into the 1 versus 1 now. But Clipsera does not know Laxi's hot on his heels. Laxi elects to go silent. That's a very smart decision here. But as Laxi will discover the site is clear, I'm sure the decision will be made if the AK can make this winnable. Boom. Grabs it. Runs towards B. Clipsera out on site. Laxi quickly up the canals, moving forward. Clipsera's not going to dally about getting the bomb down, though. Expecting this read to be quite well done. Laxi goes into the engagement, but it's Clipsera who wins the duel. Get a little bit of aim punch helping him out, but no matter. The lead, now only 5. The guns finally in the hands of the Blue Jays. Junior has his op. M4s on the rest. I do not see it fuse kit, although Cryptic should presumably pick that up. Micro gets his op as well. Armor across all 10 players. And just about as even buys as you can get between these two sides. AKs on the T side, M4s and CTs. Now we can really begin this second half in earnest.
This is where we see if Aether do have the chops they need to really come back into this one. All the rounds thus far have been pretty close, and Blue Jays have been on the back end in terms of weaponry. Do Aether have what's required to take it when there's rifles in play for Blue Jays, or will the start of the second half prove to be a blip on the radar? That's the question. Maxi up close, Evox, I think he saw the player or heard them coming through. Arias trying to fight at range with Galasia. Comes through. Good shot from Arias. There's still two defenders on the site, including Cryptic and Laxi. From Micro, though. Very good on one and the second as well. Allowed to rechamber his weapon. Just Junior and Freshy both were towards mid and A. And against the full might of Aether, they're going to save rather than attempt to try and find something.
That's a good decision. And the possibility of Arias waking up here late in the game is not a good one for Blue Jays, as both him and Tender have been very quiet, but that was a good, crisp duel won by him. So if he can wake up, that's one more piece to add to the puzzle for Aether's potential success. Tender on the lurk here might just get Freshy. Freshy! Can't get the spray to work. That is a big miss from the young anchor, and now Junior's left alone. He'll backstab it, or maybe the nade should do it.
Yeah, Tender ran into it.
Yeah, he tried to back out of the window, but could not get away.
He's now boxed in.
Yep. Junior's not going to get out of this alive. There's no way. It's just a question of who gets terrorists win. Arias.
Chose to give it to Arias. Makes sense. Let him continue to heat up.
Great choice
Aether
there,
now.
right?
Yeah. Great confidence builder for Aether. Blue Jays now, money's not great, but they can go for a half buy thanks to the loss bonus. Some MP9s, maybe some pistols. I would think Junior wants to keep a little bit of extra money in the bank, but he's not going to. He's buying down to 2,100. Aether still have their full buy. The economy's not in the best of shape, though, given woes in the past couple rounds. Laxi getting aggressive, trying to pinch in towards A main, but Tender is holding for the push upstairs instead. Very passive hold from Aether. They know that Blue Jays have to make a play in this round. Well read by this T side.
And that play is coming in the form of some aggression from that Canals side and from A main. A little bit of mid pushing as well, but that's starting to fade away. Glacier's got to be careful. He's alone. That MP9 is very dangerous up close. But the ideal he takes a lot of damage. I don't know what that play was supposed to be.
Aggressive.
Expecting somebody close, I suppose. But pushing through the Molotov put him on the back foot. And now Junior with a pretty neat sticker craft has not get a couple of kills here as he spots 1 for 3. Takes down Mike. No way he gets the op. He gets a chest shot off late. The man advantage rests with Aether. They'll work in towards the A site here. That's wide open. And at least a little more chip damage from Laxi onto Juna. But it's going to be a tough round back in for the Blue Jays as Aether continue to close the gap. This would be their 5th in a row. It's 10-2 at the half.
10-7, yeah. Laxi, Cryptic, and Freshy looking for some damage or an upgraded weapon. It is just a half buy, so theoretically they can lose these weapons and be okay, but they might be incentivized to save them. Laxi is close, can't find the first. Juna needs to be careful, Arcade needs to be careful, rather. He's low on HP. Freshy gets 1 on the Clip Zera. That's a saved weapon. There we go. In fact, it's actually upgraded to an op for Junior. That's a big weapon to bring into the next round. They might not have been able to afford it. In fact, they probably weren't going to be able to afford it. Junior's been having a decent map for himself, so an op could make all the difference for Blue Jays in their second half woes.
Yeah, Yeah, get Junior activated, get him some kills here, take a player away from Aether early on instead of the converse happening. Timeout used by Blue Jays as well. This is their time to stop the bleeding, to attach a tourniquet, and try and push for victory here. They've been bloodied and battered in the second half, despite a dominant performance in the first. How can they get back to their winning ways? What is the call here for the Blue Jays? I think a lot of that does rest on that off that Freshie saved. I think there's a lot hinging on the promise of Junior getting a couple of kills here. The only problem, Micro has one on the other side. And Micro has been besting Junior for the vast majority of this series. Even on Nuke, when it came to an Opera's duel, Micro was better.
A few times he had it.
Yes, the very few times. But Dust 2 was the Micro show.
I agree. They just compromise with that for loss, but they have good utility at the very least. Aether changing things up yet again, getting aggressive towards A main, and Micro taking the long way around to challenge towards Z-Box. I like that call. Junior, though, his op's actually towards A and boosted over the smoke. He'll drop Tender. Good opening for Blue Jays. And as we mentioned, that op could be all the difference they need to finally get around on the board. Micro walking E-Box. I believe he was spotted. Definitely is now. Try to dodge it. Won't do so successfully, but he won't be punished either. Laxi drops Clipzera, though, spamming down, I believe it's the D-Box. No, that was towards B main, excuse me. And Aether now is slowly being picked apart. Arias finds inroads. Arias is traded. 2 versus 4 now for this pair of Aether players to try and keep the hot streak going. And Arcade's spray simply cannot connect. Micro in the 1v4, 1v3, 1v2. The Tech 9 finds 2, but Freshie's flank is too timely. He'll get the trade eventually, stem the bleeding, and Blue Jays will inch ever closer to securing this third and final map in the series and staying alive in this close qualifier.
Big round for the Blue Jays off the back of the timeout. They get a couple good pickups from Freshie, the opening from Junior. Micro, again, makes it about him. Needs a little bit more help. Just Micro and Clipzera really at the top of the scoreboard. Everybody else below the double-digit kill mark here on round 19. The Blue Jays now, if they can string these two together, not only do they get themselves match point, but they reset Aether's economy, which is bad. Freshie popped in, but Junior will trade that. Still not the ideal situation for CTs. They kind of needed Freshie to win that first duel. Instead, it's a 1-for-1 and a 4 versus 4 overall. Bomb still leaning over towards A. It's Junior, the lone defender. Blue Jays don't want to give up this B site. Aether have gotten a lot of Knau's control on both sides of the map. They're wary of it. Now the hit's going to come in, the utility's going to be thrown, and Junior's going to be testing on the A side. All the utility. Missed Molotov, though, might just give Junior an opportunity. As Blue Jays have stacked towards B. Junior in! What a shot on Micro. Has an opportunity for another. Cannot connect it. Junior still peeking around. Only one left in the magazine. Will go for the reload as his teammates come flooding back in to help him out. Bomb down, though. 3-man hold for Aether. No utility, though, for the T side. That's a problem. And a Galil on Clipzera could prove to be one as well, as Junior's P250 is out in hand. Clipzera coming through. Arcade run right past him. Junior cannot get the kill, but he does so much damage. It's up to the rest of the players to get this one done. Flash goes in. Cryptic. Big one on Tender. Glacier moves in. Both players spotted. One all but removed. One finally removed. Arcade sprays. Time winding down. Should not have enough to get the reload off. The fuse comes in. Arcade falls after time. And it's going to be Blue Jays with match point here. And Aether, despite the bomb plant, broke as a joke with Mac 10s, Tech 9s, as all they can buy. One Galil for Clipzera. And hope that had begun to grow and swell. It's found escape and is vanishing into the ether.
It is do or die from here on out. 5 in a row to get to overtime. That's their only respite at this point. Tender trying to up the pressure, and a main falls. It's a good trade from Arcade. The op of Junior, a rare miss as he looks to have found his form. He'll recover with one, but only one. Arcade gets one traded. Flipzera now, it's his turn at that. He'll find one and get traded as well. No, not quite. He'll actually double down, excuse me. Micro, a 1 versus 1, Tech 9 in hand, trying to jump to find Glasia. Chaotic and quick round could be the undoing of Aether as Micro, desperately going for the jumping headshot, finds nothing but a loss for his team and a dash to their aspirations in the ESL Pro League Season 22 North American Closed Qualifier. Blue Jays pull off the reverse sweep after going down a map and secure it 13-7 on Anubis to stay alive and make it to Stage 2 of this closed qualifier.
Yeah, the Blue Jays survive this knockout round, this knockout elimination game. They make it past Aether despite the scare on Dust 2. Relatively clean closeout on Anubis. I mean, 13-7 is not a bad scoreline. Maybe a little bit in isolation, but overall, Blue Jays were able to weather the storm, and that's the important thing. Aether, though, did show us some promising structure, some promising plays. I really like the mid-round calling for Micro in particular on Dust 2 and Anubis. So definitely things to look forward to from Aether as they move into Advanced and potentially into Challenger League again into the next season. But for Blue Jays, they did their job, they held on, and they get to play tomorrow.
Yep, Blue Jays survive. Aether, commiserations to them. We're going to take a brief break before our second match of the night. Again, that is going to be Getting Info versus anything else here in about 15 minutes or so, so keep your eyes tuned. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back after that brief break.
Angels who always threw something away. Could I be desperate, crazy, or is it that they never see things my way? Around the world keeps turning, waking up day after day, hoping to change my story, or maybe see things in a different way. Maybe if I took a chance and got out of my way, a different point of view would maybe change the day. Gonna find somebody who's gonna treat me right. I know they're out there. Yes, they're out there. I won't give up the fight. No, gonna find somebody who's gonna treat me right. I know they're out there. Yes, I do. I won't give up the fight. It's not on our pretty faces or something that's clever to say. I'm looking for someone special who speaks to my heart in a spiritual way. Gonna find somebody who's gonna treat me right. I know they're out there. Yeah. I won't give up the fight.
When the world is cold, you hear people say, gotta chase the dream of yesterday. But the stories told, the golden memories, ain't a truth but just a fallacy. But there's hustlers, stealers, liars out on this road, and they'll feed the fire and watch it all explode. Gotta put those flames out before we burn it down. Gotta plant new seeds in this ground. Don't let yourself be troubled or think on yesterday. Keep on moving, come on, don't stand in my way. Some people wanna pull you under. Some people wanna make you cry. Some people rolling in like thunder. We gotta fight the feeling, we gotta do it right. If the hustle and grind breaks your stride, do your turn and blame the other side. If the hustle in your mind makes you decide, it will crack and strip you of your pride. Oh, but there's hustlers, stealers, liars out on this road, and they'll feed the fire and watch it all explode. Gotta put those flames out before we burn it down. Gotta plant new seeds in this ground. Don't let yourself be troubled or think on yesterday. Keep on moving, come on, don't stand in my way. Some people wanna pull you under. Some people wanna make you cry. Some people rolling in like thunder. We
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, from our brief break between the first match and the second. It's Pineapple Phillips and Boggs on the mic. This time around, we do have a different set of teams. Getting Info versus anything else. And much like the first matchup, Boggs, we do have some roster uncertainty coming into this one for Getting Info.
Yeah, roster uncertainty indeed. We know the core three: Dia, Shane, Markey. The other two, we'll find out when we get into the server. We're going to go into the vetoes here pretty quickly, and both teams don't really have a large sample size to look at, so not going to be too difficult of a look that way. Getting Info, get the second ban, and therefore they get to decide what the third map is going to be. So anything else, get rid of Anubis. Getting Info, ban Inferno. Anything else, pick Ancient. Mirage, the pick of Getting Info. Train, banned by anything else. Dust 2, banned by Getting Info, meaning Nuke is our decider. And considering the fact that anything else, when I say small sample size, have not played Anubis or Inferno at all in the last 3 months, have played Train once, Ancient once, Mirage once, and Nuke 3 times, Dust 2 twice. There is a very small sample size of maps that anything else are HLTV ready on. Meanwhile, for Getting Info, the same is kind of said, just a little bit more, especially on Mirage. 6-2, their record there.
I was going to say, Mirage makes a sense as a pick for them simply because of their overall record on it. They've played it way too much. It's one of their bread and butter maps, and of course, it's the only map they have a positive record on. They have a even 2-2 on Nuke, which might indicate why they chose that to be the decider when given the choice between Dust 2 and Nuke. But other than that, they have a 2-4 record on Ancient. Anything else have a 1-0 record on that map. So kind of left up in the air for both these two teams and how they'll go head-to-head in this matchup simply because of the lack of stats and, of course, the lack of info for Getting Info starting roster.
Yeah, we're getting info on Getting Info as soon as we... Oh, wait! We have info. Dare, Shane, Snav, Markey, and Slump is the 5. So no more Dia.
Oh.
That's the new roster.
This is interesting.
Very. It's the core 3 from Timberman, Markey, and Slump, with Semphis coaching.
Coming back from... Well, he coached some of these players quite a bit over on Downs, for example.
Yes.
So, it's just very interesting to me. I thought for sure, when I was looking at the rosters earlier, that Snav and Dare kind of reformed the core of Boss.
I had thought that as well, because I know Boss has their own core. Isn't Boss playing at some point? Yeah, they're playing Golden Horde right now.
I don't think it started yet, but Boss is listed to have Snav.
Yeah.
Yeah, I thought he would have just left with the core of his team, with Slight, with, Dare was technically a sub for them at one point, right? So go over there with him as well. Darty, play with him before Fruit Cup, obviously, as well. So it's interesting, the amalgamation of these teams. I'm equally interested to know what Boss looks like now as well.
Yeah, I'm like, okay, who's Boss going to be playing with? What are they going to have?
Have to keep an eye on the other screen as we go into this matchup and as that game goes live as well, because that game is set to go live at the very same time.
Yep. I mean, I think this is the problem with being a Counter-Strike roster nerd, too.
Oh my goodness, this is
the
so
NA
weird.
shuffle.
I thought we were going to see that many shuffles coming into this, but we're seeing so many.
I know, it's all shuffle. And then you look at Liquid, who's like, we're not going to make a move. We're going to play the EU Pro League qualifier. So, well, for those of you who are up at that hour or in the European time zone, Liquid are going to be gracing your screens in the EU qualifier later this week.
Looks like Boss have B-Wills.
What?
What it says is in the server. It says B-Wills and Sauce. I don't know who Sauce is.
I'm not sure who Sauce is, but B Wills is a name I have not heard in an eternity.
Yeah. Oh, maybe he's the observer then. That makes sense. Maybe. I think it's... No, it's Sauce. It's Sauce spelled like S-A-U-S-E. What? We'll see who connects where. I'm so interested. There's so much going on, Bugs.
We got B-Wills. We got, Brett's leading a roster. DJ's back. Just so many players. And then you look over at anything else. If you've been around the North American scene for the past 7 years now, you stepped away for a couple of years and then came back, you'd recognize names like Slash, like Weeza, like Cypress, and be like, what year is this? 2019? Because that's what this anything else roster reminds me of.
Yeah. Goes back to the old days. Goes back to before I was even doing actual ESL, ECL broadcasts.
It brings me back to my start.
Man, I didn't even know these people still existed online. You know? So much.
Back when it was MDL. That's the era.
MDL. Oh my goodness. Now we have to wait. We're going to see one of these two teams with a bunch of older players, of course, starting on Ancient. Didn't really talk about who starts well, where.
At this point, Dare, Snav, and Shane are old players too. Marky. Slump's the newer one. This is going to be the battle of the old heads at this point.
Retirement home battle.
Where's Flom when you need him?
He already lost.
Yeah, Flom and Ponalone on the same team.
So say they took one hit and we're out. That's how it works.
Well, Ponalone can go back to fishing streams, so there's that.
Oh, wow, since we had one of those.
He needs to bring him back. But here we are, back in the action, getting info on the CT side of Ancients. And the utility aren't used up for anything else. There was a kit for Snav, no dual Berettas. Interestingly enough, I would have liked to see some of those, but an open A side about to be exploited by anything else is... Slump's going to be a little late to the party here, and we'll see if he can slump some bodies on the floor. Gets a little bit of chip damage, but that's it. Louisa charges in, traded out by Snav as the bomb goes down. Small victory, but a victory nonetheless for anything else as the time begins to tick, and now the pressure is on, getting info. Out they'll churn, 2 CT, 2 through Temple, Slash in main, 3 in Donuts. Smoke on the bomb. On it. One for Shane,
he's got a good defuse spot.
He's still on it. Shane another. Slash can't stop it. Ninja defuse. Slash goes down. And getting info. They can take the pistol round, and that, my friends, is why the kit is so good to have on the pistol round.
Did you see Snav's positioning for that ninja?
Oh, yeah.
He got on the little box.
Yep.
So half of his body was blocked from Donut through the smoke, and his head wasn't where you'd expect it to be on the defuse. It was perfect. He didn't get hit once.
Brilliant from Snap.
Knowing that the hold Donut would be too hard to unseat, he just goes for the ninja stick. That makes round 2 a little bit difficult because the bomb did go down. You also have a solid investment with Galils and Mac 10s, but getting info, I'd say still have the advantage with the MP9s and the M4 for Dare.
That's a little more but there's an opener for McNiff, actually, as Snap gets a little aggressive over towards Snake. He's put down, and it's going to put things into a remaining goes away with the spray. Shane actually gets a team kill out of Fame, who was traded out by Dare, so we set it at 3 versus 3. That's also, I believe, minus $300 from Fame's bank account as well. Here's Mark. Not going to win that duel against Galil. Knows it. Just gets the info and backs away, living up to his team name. As it's a 1-1-1 split from anything else, with the bomb over towards middle, ranging towards Donut. And Markia waiting on the other side of the entry. Oh, but they need to keep the gap because they can't really afford a long-range duel against Galil's. Marky 1 for 1 as Slump goes back big. They know where he is, though, and the smoke will go down. He's just going to play time for Dare to come through and help him. Get a bit of damage on the Slash. Still close to fight now. Bomb goes. Another nade goes by. Bomb knocked down. Dare out. Dare down. 1 versus 2 for Slump. He's got the first. That's a nice little burst from the Cypress. Can he find Slash, though? Time is dwindling down. 23 seconds to go. Another drive-by from Slump. Swaps over to the A1S. Almost would have liked him to keep the MP9, but doesn't know how low his opponent is. He also wants a little extra damage at that range. Time. A massive factor. And Slash has to plant this bomb. Taps it. Slump's going to play the long con.
He's got it. He's going to challenge Slash. Could win this, Slash!
Too late!
I was gonna say, on new Counter-Strike, don't you have to start planting at 5? So did he even have enough time to get the plant down?
It's still 3.5.
Still 3.5? Okay.
I believe.
So there was technically time.
3.75. There was barely enough time.
So unfortunate.
What a play, though, on the side from Slump. Just not biting, not making a mistake. He forced Slash to make an error.
Double entry finds 2.
Kills are favoring anything else, though. Slash adds another. Low HP, though, on Weeza. Slash gets Molly down. Darren Markey splitting in. One from Ramp. Nothing for that MP9 frag. Markey gets 1. 2 more to go. Time running out. No kit for him. I don't know if there's one. I wonder where that would be. Drive-by by Weeza, and so anything else did get around at long last, although they could have easily had the last one, too. But finally, they do achieve a victory, and the money for getting info is absolutely abysmal, but they're going to force. Of course they're going to force. It's a Shane roster with Dare and Snav, and they're going to go all in here. Deagles, MP9s, aggression is going to be the name of the game here. Which site do they push? Do they push mid? Do they push B? Do they push A? They're going to push something. Or they're going to play it. Well, no, they're definitely going mid. Mid aggression. Into overall push. Nice little chunky nade on this thing. And that's it. Here they go. They push towards A. Now push towards the middle, but there's only 1 kill coming through. Now 2. Kill coming through from him. He's having a good start here on Ancient. 4 versus 3 in favor of getting info as the bomb remains outside B stairs, but getting info ranging all the way over to A main, nobody B main, and despite the double dink, no kill for Dare. Cypress a dead man walking, but the only player on anything else with kills.
Still have the advantage for anything else, given the fact that they have 3 rifles. Oh, this close range for the MP9 could work out. Snav caught while jumping, though. Indeed. There's good damage onto Shane as well. MP9s versus the M4 and AK.
No kit.
No kit. Slash. Trying to hold the cross out. No one's even looking in his direction. Catches the first good shot, and Shane doesn't want to stick it with no kit. Trying to catch McNiff on his spray. Doesn't do so successfully. Tied ball game. Anything else? Quickly getting it back to even footing. Pistols. All that getting info can really justify in round 5.
Finally getting info are getting humbled here. And forced to go eat some humble pie, just pistols, no armor, 1 flashbang for utility. If you're getting info, you get a couple of kills, you can consider this a successful round. Meanwhile, for anything else, you need to close this out and get yourself a lead. Stomping down that next gun round is where your mind is probably focused on. Not good to get too ahead of yourself, but you have to think ahead a little bit. What's to come? Slump. He's been a little bit crispy with that. Deagle's gonna have to let off the top. Brains in. He's taken out by McNiff. That's a good read from him. And so the dominoes begin to fall 1 by 1. This getting info half by. You can really even call it an eco as Fame and Slash combine for Fame's second. Snav and Markey now last alive on the P2000 round. Gets nothing as Fame will grab 4 of them. Yummy eco frags, and here comes a real test. Guns will come out from both sides, although I don't think there's going to be an op on either side, and Snav will actually be relegated to an MP9 to afford the extra utility. So not exactly the best case scenario here for getting info on their first actual gun round of the game. And Snav sold everything, and then bought the same exact thing again. realize the utility's so low here. It's a sacrifice.
He was the only one with that kit as well. The sacrifice for it all. They're getting aggressive at B ramp. Flash is here. Shadow shows, and Shane gets dinked by his teammate, but wins the duel with the help of Dare. We smoke towards B doors. Niff, top of catwalk. Just gonna sit tucked for the time being. See if everybody presses. Timing in his favor. He'll get one, but the MP9 strikes. Quick trade from that. Spam through the doors. Bottom B as well, doing good damage from the A1S.
That's a nice dual one there onto Snav, but Dare still tucked in the cubby. Might be able to find his way out of here. He's spotted though and finally put to bed as Weeza will run him down. Marky late to assist. Has to be careful not to be caught. Slump is here as well, and they'll drop the bomb. That's a huge pickup. They're wary of Cave, but all they'll have to worry about right now is Weeza down bottom ramp. Cypress is elsewhere on the map. He's short right now. And the flash just lets Weeza walk to his death. Cypress now 1 versus 2, no bomb. And the round rather, is continuing to lose. Just need to hit their shot.
Smoke being held though by Slump.
And dies as a vapor. 3 all the score. The money more than enough for anything else to get anything on the board that they want. An op is possible. And they'll go for it. Cypress to hold the big green. 2 MP9s this time for getting info. And we will await what happens now. Is anything else? Struggling to hold on, but if they can maintain that lead, do wonders with it. Or it is their map pick after all. With a very strong Mirage in getting info, especially with this tournament core. This is the Mirage team in North America at this point. RP plus Shane, Darren, Snav. You slot anybody in North America on that roster as that 5th man, and it's going to be a Mirage team.
Oh, yeah. Anything else have their op on Cypress? Info still struggling on those MP9s, but they can definitely have their impact. They're both on B as well. Probably where you want them, either B or Donut. They're tagged by the Molotov, instantly shot through smoke. Slash finds that. The spam from Shane just can't get the kill. He'll upgrade his weapon. He'll actually do a spam of his own onto McNiff. Fame. He'll lurk in towards Red Room. Does some damage, doesn't get a kill, and now Marky's trying to outflank the flank. Snav finds Weeza. It's chaos all over the map, but not on the site proper. 2 versus 4 for Cypress and Slash, making it 2 versus 3. They find the first. Good flash, though, unseats Cypress. And Slash now in the 1v3. It's planted for him at least, but with too many players to find, he simply can't get the kills required. 4 to 3. As getting info to reestablish a very tenuous lead. Anything else, though? Their economy's kind of been stymied as a result. They're going to be on pistols, maybe a hero weapon for Slash, but nothing more should be purchased for anything else unless they're going for an all-invested gambit.
And I think that gambit might be what they call here. Although Slash does sell Fame's on a hero Galil with armor. Slash still has not picked up util, so maybe, or rather armor. He'll go for a little bit of extra utility. Maybe it's going to be Slash. Gun round, but McNiff is blind as a bat, walks right into the waiting arms of Marky. 1, 2, 3 plus bomb. Easy for Marky. Now Slump's turn to get a couple of easy frags. He'll line up a pair. And that investment from anything else was something else. And now getting info, a 2-round lead. More and more comfort economically. We're starting to kick things into cruise control on this CT side, the defensive end of Ancient. Another interesting tepid investment. McNiff and Slash going to 2K. So I'm not sure what the point was of those 2 players saving. This buy is so disjointed. Weeza's on a Tech 9 and a Molotov Fest down to $900 in the bank. Only Slash has 2K or more. Massive damage coming in. But Snav gets caught out by McNiff. Tries to get aggressive in towards Cave. Slump coming through, sprays down one, but not his intended target. Finally, she's letting him in as well. And now Weeza's around around the corner too. He's still fighting. Shane comes through. McNiff known to be in cave, and Shane will get the last. More and more easy he goes for getting info as they double up the score of anything else. And this CT side that started out maybe a little bit closer, starting to run away in favor of getting info, despite this being their opponent's map pick.
Slump as well, emerging as a good front runner for getting info. His pushes middle up towards top cat have been proving to be quite good, quite solid. Looks like B is again going to be on the cards, or at least the B lean is on the cards. Cypress early damage taken. He's down to 5 now, but Marky might not expect this press. No, Marky does. Good kill, not the second. Oh, he expects it nonetheless. Good flick around. Weeza, the third in line, will finally find the 2 in middle. There, missing his opportunity in towards Donut as well, but Snav rotating around, catches Slash, jumping up. The bomb is outside B, and Weeza on half HP is in a 1v2. It's also good to see Dare back on the op. It's been so long since he's used it. Jumping up, first man in line, doesn't find it. Weeza worried about where Snav might be lurking, and Snav's mind gaming this person, not jumping up, playing a different further away angle, and further chipping away at Weeza's now very low HP. Snav upgrades to an AK. 1 to 2 bullets will do Weeza in. And Weeza will choose a 1 and done angle. 1 is all he needs.
Yep.
To get his team back in the winner's column.
Starts with 1. All he needs is 1. Ollie into cave. That'll force Weeza away, but is it spammable? That is the question. Ollie's actually going to die here. Weeza's hiding now. Snav on it. In. Weeza's out of ammo. I think Snav has just enough time to get that defuse over the line before it goes boom.
He does.
Yeah, he's got it. Just barely. Well played by Snav. Good game knowledge and good awareness of the time available to him. As now it's a 4-round lead for getting info, and for anything else, they need to find a way back in. Again, the sample size for these two teams very small. For anything else, they have 1 game. It was against Might. They won that, and 75% of their rounds came on the T side. Well, 75% wins. So, given the fact that they cannot now win this half, it does not bode well in the incredibly small sample size of their game versus Might. Conversely, getting info out of this map since May, and again, it's a different roster too. It's essentially Timbermen reunited. Out of the map for this one is Faye will get 1 traded out as Dare goes down. Let's see what's going on here. For those wondering what's going on, we are also blindsided as it looks like Snav has left Boss to reunite with his old teammates in Dare and Shane long term on this getting info roster. Boss appeared to be playing with B-Wills and Sauce. So,
I don't know who Sauce is. It's off of basic names, so it could be a player I'm unfamiliar with.
Though.
Yeah.
Man.
It's much like the arcade situation, you know?
Yeah.
It's like, could have the name, a different Faceit name, and that's why it's not showing up properly. Who really knows?
Yeah.
A
B-Wills
is
just
the name
makes
of the
me think
game.
of New England Whalers.
Old.
Yep. B-Wills, Ponalone, Floppy.
Slump and Marky. On A. Rotation's already coming through from Snav, who lines up 2. Cypress lasting around the smoke. Knows where a lot of them are, but on 5 HP, what can he do? Answers to nothing. Snav gets the kill on the USP and the Chaos. And getting info, a commanding 8-3 lead with the potential to find a 9th now. In fact, a likely chance to find a 9th given the shabby economy of anything else.
Yeah, it's going to be a forced buy again from anything else, as it's the last round of the half, so they have to go in all in here. But remember going all in. Swisher and Ponalone on Yeah Gaming.
Yeah, gaming. That is an old thing.
Yep. I mean, we got these old rosters. Oh, spam for Shane off that slump as he's primary offing here over Dare. Adds a second as Slash comes in and knocks down a pair. Snap around the pillar, 1 for 1, but Dare is there to save the day. A 9-round defensive half for Getting Info. Here on the map pick of anything else, we'll be back after the break.
Second half is underway. Getting Info versus anything else. Getting Info commanding lead as they enter their T side, but Weeza and Fame are trying to right the ship. Shane finds one. Dare a second entering into the site. That's the site taken now, but they still want to fight for back square control. Dare one. Dare almost a second. Fame barely staying alive on low HP. He has the kit on his belt as well, and he finds Snav to boot. 1v2 for Shane. He's had a pretty good map for himself, but a clutch is required. First spotted. Ooh, a belabored shot onto the first, but he does get it. McNiff as well, just barely wins the duel. The spamming Glock can't find its mark. A very quick pistol ends with a bit of a start for a comeback on the side of anything else.
They need the pistol, but the bomb down plus 4 kills means Getting Info can get themselves a solid Galil and Mac 10 buy here into round 14. Slump on a Galil will not have a helmet. Mac 10, plenty of utility, plenty of armor for Dare. Shane goes Galil as well. Snav and Marquis will join the MAC-10 trio and look to run it up. On 2, and Nate stack onto Marquis. Takes out for the MAC-10s. MP9 drive-by. Cypress self-flashes in. Slump is done and dusted. The A site is taken over. So far away, and Slash is coming through to cut in towards this offense. Now tries to hold the A site down against the onslaught of CTs. There's no money here for getting info. Offense probably going to be the most they can get if they can even achieve that great timing. Molotov denies the plant. And now things will be bad for worse for getting info, but Dare needed to. He does get it. Snap. Another. But Shane is so low. 9 HP. But look at Slash and McNiff. And 5, 17 HP respectively. Another plant fake in as here comes a kill. It's the Snav MAC-10. Leaving it all up to McNiff now. Another fake plant. No, they're going to swing wide. And Snav will win the duel. Real risky play there. There was no trade potential from Shane. But getting info. Split the second half 1-1. Lose the pistol, win the force. And get themselves to 10.
Very solid rebuttal coming in from getting info. We've already had quite the lead. Now the economy of anything else is in a difficult spot. They go for the force, 5.7s, a Deagle, and an MP9. No kit, very lackluster utility. Getting info. Should know that anything else is going to be desperate, and they shouldn't force the issue, at least not early. I say that. Through the smoke they go to mixed bags of results. 2 for 1. As the spam through the smoke comes through. Now 3 for 1. Shane gets at least 2 on the spam through the smoke. A little bit lucky, a little bit intuition in that one. Leaving Fame and McNiff. 2 versus 4. 1 in Cave, or Jaguar I should say. And Fame up towards Red Room. Snap does not clear the angle, but still McNiff only finds 1. Fame, is he going to try and attempt this retake, or is he going to save? It probably behoove him to save. Just find something. Almost finds a headshot onto the first, but Dare is the one to get it instead. 11-4 for getting info. Anything else should be on a save, unless they're that desperate.
Desperation. Maybe the case here is it's going to be 8 map points for getting info over anything else right now, should this round go as it should. AKA, superior firepower defeats the weaker firepower, the far inferior firepower. 2 Deagles, P250s, and 157 the door on the CT side. Molotov goes in, Weez is in front of it. Dare will have help from Slump. Limply on the ground. Slump another. He's going to Dare this game. 17-10. But who on getting info hasn't? Everyone positive on the T side. This round continues to unfurl the way theoretically. Snav spamming away. Nade out. He'll fall at the very least. The nade does a lot more damage. Kill McNiff though. Backs right to Marquis, who's not ready for the second, but he'll flip around and land the headshot anyway on Fame. 12-4, 8 map points for getting info. Map pick though of anything else here. Mirage map 2, the pick of getting info, and the old Timberman Corps' favorite to favorites. Anything else? A last-ditch buy of M4s and MP9. Not one defuse kit here, Nate. And that, we'll see if it comes back to bite them. Could be what separates them from survive another round.
Getting info. Quickly adjusting to an A-site take. This is a very good call. It's all stacked towards middle for anything else who don't want to give up that central avenue of the map. Getting info, have read this perfectly. Weeza spamming, almost stops the bomb plant. Very good read from him, but instead all he finds is an early grave. Not much utility for this retake. No kit, as you mentioned. It feels like anything else are up against a wall at this stage. Snav mauling them into donut. And again, just spam through utility. Snav and Marky find one a pop. 1 in back temple. That's a McNiff. He'll find nothing for his troubles. And Fame has had an okay map, but in a 1 versus 4, no kit, no utility, and no even aggression at this point. He's probably just playing for stats, and he'll find no such success as he is felled with no issue. 13-4, a one-sided affair for Getting Info as they dominantly take their opponent's map pick.
Not even a question. It started off a little shaky with the pistol round and then the ensuing 3 or 4, but goodness gracious, mate, that was an absolute stomp coming through from Getting Info. The reunion of Dare, Snav, and Shane washes away anything else could throw at them. Slump was definitely the star of the map, and I think should be the storyline, was his individual brilliance, especially when it came down to that little clutch in round number 2. But overall, a big difference between these two teams, and we'll see if there's anything else have on Mirage, or if that's all they have to give. Don't go anywhere. We'll have Mirage after the break.
As he turns it, nice headshot.
We don't do no talking round here. We don't play no games round here. We ain't never slipping round here. This another level, this one over here is very rare. We don't do no talking round here. We don't play no games round here. We ain't never slipping round here. This another level, this one over here is very rare. Rhythm got me skanking, had me feeling like I'm Fred Astaire. Bread was kinda short, but I was smelling like a millionaire. Claimed their opposition when we stepped in, they were running scared. Man, we're louding up the atmosphere. Too much chatty, too much catty. I just lit a fatty and it came from Cali. I'm not really here. I was in the clouds, I don't ever take the stairs. We don't do no talking round here. We don't play no games round here. We ain't never slipping round here. This another level, this one over here is very rare. We don't do no talking round here. We don't play no games round here. We ain't never slipping round here. This another level, this one over here is very rare. This another level, this one over here is very rare. This another level, this one over here is very rare. I was in the corner sweating till the lights came. Man, don't ever sleep, step out on this night train. Right brain, man will blow your mind like a migraine. I was bossing up these spots, pulling something out my socks. Man was shuffling out of blocks, phone and vibrate. I don't need to talk to Frank, I did it my way. Never slipping, never tripping, never violate. We don't gas around here, we on a higher rate. We don't do no talking round here. We don't play no games round here. We ain't never slipping round here. This another level, this one over here is very rare. We don't do no talking round here. We don't play no games round here. We ain't never slipping round here. This another level, this one over here is very rare.
Welcome back to Getting Info versus anything else. Although anything else, they're going to almost wish they were anywhere else in that first map. It was 13-4, a battering. Delivered by Getting Info, Boggs and Pineapple Phillips on the call. And Nate, when you're looking at Mirage, when we're knowing what this Getting Info core is capable of on this map, Marky as well has been part of many great Mirage teams. It does not look better for anything else. It looks decently worse.
Yeah, it's looking, I'd say, dire at this point, given the map that they now find themselves on. They lost their map pick handedly, 13-4. And anything else, are now, sure, on the defense at least of Mirage, but this is the bread and butter of everybody on this team. So, Getting Info, hefty advantage in this map. And again, this is a do or die. This is the end of stage 1 of this qualifier. So whoever loses this series will be eliminated from contention in the Pro League Season 22 North American Close Qualifier.
Yeah, this is single elimination right now. It is 2 teams enter, 1 team leaves. 1 team moves on, 1 team plays tomorrow. 1 team banished to the annals of history. Molotov into window, goes a little bit short on the side. Is lucky to get out there alive. McNiff runs right there. Looks quick, slow. Fame, though, dinged as he continues to try and get away on the stairs. Nice little drive-by from Dare, but McNiff has another one. Cypress over in towards Jungle will find Marky as well. The bomb not down for Getting Info side. This is becoming a problem. Only Dare left, but he somehow finds a way to get a second kill. Maybe even getting a third as he taps away. Slash up top, Weeza down low. Good little double swing potential here, but the dink comes in, and Dare on his last trial comes up short. Looking for the ace. Did it all, but find the finishing blow. Anything else? They get the pistol round again to open the map. But they're going to need to counter this force buy that's coming through from Getting Info. The hero bot, Shane. And no one else is getting anything?
It's an interesting call. Shane is still has 1050 in the bank. Dare's the only one with nothing. He could scout in the following. That's probably what they're thinking. Only time will tell exactly what they have up their sleeve. Slow, 4 players at top middle. Trying to probably Congo line that AK. Let it try to find the entry and then the next person pick it up. Double swing from pistols, the bait for the AK, which finds 2. The Glock finds a 3rd. Fame gets the trade on the Dare. Shane still has that AK in hand, and he trades out Marky in underpass. It's a 1v1 for Shane, or it was a 1v2 to a 1v1. Just Slash. He's on catwalk. The fake plant comes in. I believe the spot was there as well for Shane. He'll re-rotate around. Slash now will race forward and get space. Up close and personal is the name of the game for that MP9, which does so much damage. 2 dinks and 99. But the AK, with its coveted one-shot headshot ability, ekes out the victory. A 4K for Shane. And that proves that the hero AK was not unfounded for the offense.
Not unfounded at all. I was thinking, okay, you're going to give Shane an AK, so why not buy around him and really make a case for this round? But no, didn't even need to. Just put Shane in a good position to get kills, and then he closes it out in that final duel. Barely. He got the job done. Up this next round now, that's on the Fame. McNiff up close and personal does get 1 before he falls. Cypress 1 for 1 as well. As Dare is there to avenge Shane. 2 for Dare, 1 for Shane. Slash still alive, but not for long as Slash. And Weeza joins him quickly as well. A 2-1 for Getting Info. As we see a repeat of what happened in that first map here. And now, what will we find here into round 3 with an eco round for anything else? 5-7 armor for Fame. A smoke. And that's it for the CT side from the looks of things. And a pretty much surefire 3rd round on the cards for Getting Info as they look to settle in on Mirage.
Anything else? Pistols. Dualies are an interesting call against rifles. Eagle for Cypress as well could hit its mark. getting info. Bread and butter has been just getting mid control and going from there. Anything else that bomb for the gamble stack B? 4 players present. 1 player in towards jungle. That's Fame. Getting info might peek into the stack. They need to be careful. Is swinging. Snav with the bomb goes forward. This could prove disastrous if they don't hit their shots. So much team damage there from Snav. He'll get the trade. Cypress is still here. Shane rotating in apartments, though. Should do well to keep his teammates safe. I say that. The dualies find one almost a second. Fame on site does get the trade, but in the 1v1, will the 5-7 have enough stopping power? Marky playing the distance game out towards Get Right. I believe he was spotted as well. Fame dancing, tiptoeing, looking for the deagle now in hopes of a one-shot headshot. But Marky has repositioned well. Totally unexpected on this angle. Fame. All on timing, and Marky simply has the advantage. Well played by the veteran. And a 3rd round secured for getting info, but it was anything but easy.
No, it was dirty, it was messy, it was not clean at all, and getting info are going to have to be careful to not get overconfident. Because right now that seems to be their plight. Just running it around, just having all the confidence in the world, thinking they've done it all they need to do. But it's not quite there yet. They have to get the job done. The job's not finished. The job's not done. Gotta get it over the line, and then you can celebrate and be confident. It's a long road through this qualifying track, and it is not an easy job to do. And to get this overconfident early on is not exactly a good thing, especially when teams like M80 are in that next round, in that second stage. I believe NRG are in it as well, Wild Card 2. A lot of good teams that are sitting in this qualifier right now. Whew, what an opening. That is quite a nice shot.
Yes, it is. There's been no take as of yet either. Getting info of so much utility, and anything else other than smoke and a flash. Not even a kit. We're going to need to win this by duels. Slash is on the marquee. Cypress posted with the op. There's no utility to come out of connector, and that might prove to be what gives anything else a second round. Fame jumping up at ramp finds yet another Dare and Slump. They both find a kill pop, but McNiff is not expected in Sandwich. He'll find one. He'll wait as long as he can for this rotation to come through. Dare gets the trade, sure, but he's now at 13 HP. He has the right idea, the right inkling as to where this player is, but he just simply doesn't have the HP to take that duel. Slash gets the kill, gets a second for his team, but again, expensive rounds for both teams as only one player survives.
Yeah, very messy game or round from both these two teams, and that has been the tale of the tape. Just messy, messy, messy. And for anything else, they get their win, but they also fall to that getting into only having one alive. Getting info to start clearing their corners. They're not expecting an extra guy on A. They're not expecting that player in Sandwich, and they pay for it. If they clear Sandwich, that's the round. Done and dusted. It's 4-1 getting info. Put a round over to get anything. It should be a second as well, unless McNiff just run over, and that could lead to the rest of the round as well. But Williams getting info here. Still blown up. Flash does pick up this one. Dare, though, right in their face, and Snap there to help as Dare continues to scale forward. Slash comes through, Frieza through the smoke, and Dare, as he tries to KZ into connector, cannot keep himself alive. A 3K from Slash gets threes all over the board. And a tie score line into round number 7 here, but the bye is back for getting info, and again, the economic damage done by the losing team has been substantial. Not a great shape for anything else here. There's no utility for Cypress. A little out for Slump, lack of utility on him and his Shane in particular. Also, poorly info economy. Matter of who is going to have the right money. Who is going to have the right play? Who is going to have the X-Factor moment that turns the tide, whether that be a call, whether that be an individual prowess performance. And speaking of individuals, Dare's 12-5. Shane and Snap are 6-5. Marky and Slump are 1-5.
been an individually heavy top of the scoreboard for Getting Info. Boostin might be upset by Weeza. It's actually fallen back from the ladder and is now back towards behind the rat hole. It's a very slow one for Getting Info. Again, anything else getting aggressive over towards A, this time in Palace. Weeza. It's one in window. Slump finds fame, though. There's no way they expect this player in Palace either. He's been here before. No, there's no way. Op finds one. Now McNiff springs the trap, finding two. The last is known to be in window. He's been dueling with Slash, who wins that fight handedly as well. 4-3. Anything else? Looking quite solid on this CT side. More than happy to let Getting Info set up, take control, and then from there, close things out on their terms. But anything else have been consistently getting aggressive over at A. You see that get called out by Getting Info.
Yeah, anything else are just going hyper aggro around the map. Now it's McNiff out in middle. He's kind of been the one that's the catalyst to go for these aggressive plays. It's odd as the cat jumps and lands on it. But that's going to scale Dare and his golden and a Molotov too. Only take him down to 63, so all things considered, he gets out of that relatively unscathed. And now it's mid-deagle play on the full deagle. Getting Info. They do spot the jump from McNiff, but it doesn't do that name. It also do basically nothing. Who might have been an underpass. That's the fear of the deagle and still anything else. Here's Giza pushes in. There's one from Shane. Dare was on the bench as well, fishing around for frags. McNiff top of the line, Slash supporting. McNiff goes 0 for 2 as he has 2 targets, but a nice little double up Cypress. Marquis has the last alive. What can Marquis do here? Nothing at all. 5 now to 3 in favor of anything else on the CT side. Guns out for Getting Info, but some early miscues, some early mistakes from Getting Info. Not clearing corners, not doing their due diligence have cost them. And what could have been a relatively easy half has now become something they're going to have to battle back in if they want to at least keep this close going into half number 2, the defensive side of this map.
Yes, it is. Tactical pause used. Good time to do it. Slump has his op in hand. We're going to have some technical problems, but we'll be back shortly.
Well, for right now, we're going right back into it as tech pause was short. Very brief one, which is good. Never like to see those go long. Slumps on the op here. So it looks like Dare has foregone the op again, Nate. He had the op briefly on Ancient. Didn't exactly have the impact he wanted with it. He's gone to the rifle, letting Slump hold the green. And Dare's rifling capabilities have been at the forefront of Getting Info's success in this map. And Slump's a little bit slow. We saw him have a couple of good kills with the op at the tail end of Ancient. We'll see if he's able to do something here on the T-side Mirage. Cypress is off over soloing in towards apartments. The damage onto McNiff. Palace and split. Fame over towards Kong. He's that firebox. Gets himself 1, but not quite 2. Shane on the fadeaway has a massive one onto McNiff, who was tagged down low. Just Cypress and Slash to try and rotate in. Bomb's gone down. Only a moment for the retake util. The spam not finding Marquis is rather unlucky for Slash and Co, who are probably just going to try and save. Cypress is moved. They have to make a decision here. Slash has been spotted, but Cypress knows there's somebody in Palace. Smoke goes in, top strikes. Now Shane takes the damage through the wall there, but around the corner, runs into Cypress time. The massive factor, and I don't think Cypress has it. He knows it. He's going to bail out. 4 rounds to Getting Info now as they are 1 away from tying it up. Cypher will hit the nice little jump.
might be
in.
dead.
Terrorists win. Yeah, Shane going down is not good for getting info, who do not have a great economy.
No, they don't. Slump. He didn't lose any armor, thankfully, so he can drop an AK. The economy continues to be scrappy for both teams. For Moss's, for anything else. Still an op for Cyprus, though. Dared on a Mac 10, your star right now on an SMG. Not the best to see. He's missing the skill jump there. Cyprus gonna nade the smoke, try to go for the peak middle, maybe? Nope, he thinks better of it. Getting info back to their roots, back to getting mid control and going from there. Spam through the smoke, looking for something. No such luck for Dare's SMG.
Cheeky kill here. Look upgrade. But that could be his upgrade. Opener on catwalk from Snav. There still is the player up in ladder. But Cyprus finds Snav, levels it up in a 4 versus 4. I like Dare's position here, though. He's that linchpin on the rotation. There's not anything else expected in there. Cypress is op revealing B. Maybe the op will rotate. And there goes Fame for free. Weeza caught by the op of Slump. And now it's a 1-1 split for anything else, as they don't know where getting info are going to end. 35 seconds to go. McNiff could find a way to stalwart this site defense, but I don't think he's going to be able to find it. I mean, the bomb's going to be dropped on the angle. Slump's not going to miss that at all. Nice shot from Slump. Gets the crook of the elbow, and Cypress has nothing to do with this round now. He's just got to save that default op skin. And we're all tied up at 5 here, heading into the last 2 rounds of the first half of map number 2. Pick of getting info, and Cypress might not even get allowed to save this as Marky pops up underpass. And good night, Cypress. The tree is cut down. Getting info. Leave no survivors and anything else. Are they really going to go double force here?
They're that low on a couple players. Maybe they're
Loss
not.
bonus is going to be 3rd round here.
They really want the op, though.
But Fame's gone all in. So is Slash.
The only person who hasn't necessarily is McNiff in Cyprus, and I think they're trying to save a little bit on them for ops and utility later on. Back towards A, though. Definitely had an opportunity for Eagle. Fortunately finds nothing. More team damage, more team love there from getting info, but the only real resistance they meet is Fame, is felled by the op. Eagle 5-7 for anything else. 3 AKs. The info spam comes through, barely does any damage. Just a bit of a love tap on Deshane through the box. Should be an advantage for getting info. 6-5.
Weeza does get the drop off the Slump, falling on the Dares. Shane peeks out and takes him down. Deagle and Slash getting a couple of kills here. Nate does a little bit of damage, but it doesn't go all the way down the stairwell. Unlucky for Dares. Now double swinging on from default. Nice decision from those 2 longtime teammates to go for that play. And getting info with their lead back. It's been a while, but they're back in control. And they're looking to establish a 7-5 lead going into the second half on their map pick. Let's see what they can do. Famas, MP9s, M4s, no kit, very minimal utility. McNiff and Fame have it. Smoking a flash on Slash and Weeza. And Cypress absolutely nothing in the bank as far as utility is concerned. And well, in the bank account as well, not matters in the second, in the end of the half, but the fact that he has no utility, there's no kit, and both Fame and Slash have bought one, is a bit of a problem. And Shane smells a rat here. He knows that's a bait push. So he's not going to go all in. The op pick on the Weeza helps out smooth things for Info, but McNiff spam levels it out at a 4 versus 4. A lot of opportunity here for anything else to tie this up at the half, and for getting info. They've been caught unawares a lot of times, and some worrying signs on this map. Did Snav see Fame? Did Snav? He does now. But he shoots a little bit too early. Now Fame's able to cross over. Smoke down. He pops up. Snav up on stairs. He's not going to miss that opportunity. He loves this map. This is his home. And he pugs into that smoke. Nice little drive-by from Shane as well. Bomb to go down momentarily. Slash on the extremity over towards Catwalk. McNiff's periphery position is over in CT. 2 flashbangs, all they have again. No kit for the CT side. Even if they do get the kills, time will be a massive factor. Smoke, 2 flashes and an aim utility, and just a dry peek from Snav, who had a friend with him in the form of Slump. Slash at a 1 versus 4 up against half, and now we're up against the break. It's 7-5, getting info, another lead, and we'll see you in 3 minutes.
We go to broad daylight, feeding every night like Friday night. I keep the party on rock and the Bombay ice. Gotta see stars like Broadway lights. I told a baby girl, you don't gotta kick it with the daydreamers. You can skip the line, I'm the gatekeeper. Plus I got the crowd going crazy, dance floor blazing up, going. When they see me show up, I be feeling glowed up. When they see me show up, I be feeling so. When they see me show up, I be feeling glowed up. When they see me show up, I be feeling so. With the VIPs in your city, getting litty as a BIC, huh? Yeah, screaming life's a gift, so we live to the bullets till we DIE. DJ, put it back on, keep it hype, we don't wanna hear no sad songs. Everybody up in here just wanna celebrate. Sip a little drink, get the dance on. That's all, listen, everything good over here. We don't want no problems, we just want cheers. Toast to the good life, wine, liquor, beer. Haters getting blocked if they trying to interfere. Swag on 100 and my drip too fresh. Certified stunner, need a big blue check. I don't got no time for no BS or no negative ideas in my vibe, cause I'm just too blessed. Run it back. When they see me show up, I be feeling glowed up. When they see me show up, I be feeling so. When they see me show up, I be feeling glowed up. When they see me show up, I be feeling so.
7-5, narrow lead for getting info as we enter the second half of Mirage. It's Pineapple Phillips and Boggs on the mic. And getting info now. On the side of the map, they should be favored on. They are slightly more T-sided, but by less than 2% of the time. Anything else? I just struggle on this T-side. I'd say this round is a very much win for the offensive here. Slump in jungle, misses his shot, so he should not be long for this world. They jump around, they find him. Marky through the rat hole tries to find something. Instead, it's Snav as the second casualty through up into ladder. 3 versus 5. Now Kit is in play. Derek, good one tap onto the first. Fame no drops Marky in the meanwhile. Both in CT being wrapped upon Shane, trying to press forward and find something. Instead, it's Slash and McNiff. to slash down the final pair of getting info players, and that's both pistol rounds won by anything else on the second map.
That's a critical pistol round, too. It's not a blowout scoreline like it was in the first map either. It was 10-2 at the half in favor of, or 9-3, excuse me, in favor of getting info. But now, anything else are right there with getting info. One step behind, and it should be tied unless we get something out of the USPs, which, if you're anything else at that point, it's a good old classic we lose to Glocks moment, except it's the USP instead. They should not lose this round. They should not struggle much in this round, losing 2 else, and they're going to turn mid into a meat grinder. Only Dare left alone, stuck in towards the window room. Before he's exposed, gets one, and that is all. 7-7, our score. As the guns will come out here for getting info, no op for Dare or Slump. I'm going to guess they're just going to main op Slump at this point.
Probably.
And we'll see what anything else could do against the full rifle buy.
It's been quick rounds in their favor. That MAC-10 and that Lil can still do damage. 3/5 of getting info have no helmets. Going out under. Snav does as well, but he falls back into Con. Spam yields advantage for both teams. Nade opened the smoke, though. Gives Slump the opening at range. He drops a slash. That's a big one to find early on. The boost up into window. Not looking for Snav at jungle either.
Doesn't even
It's a
check
big,
the
risky
angle.
call. No utility either, so it's really kind of surprising me.
Yeah, it doesn't check both sides before crossing the street.
Slump.
Slump.
One and done. But Snav quickly on CT stops that bomb plant. Cypress is across the map. This has been a very disjointed anything else play where they kind of just go for contact and take what they can. Getting info are too aware of where these players can press.
Well, there's a nice easy kill for Dare to end off the round. And the first gun round, an easy one for getting info. Will they get the op out yet? No, they will not. But anything else will go back to a buy. Galil, AK's on 3, Galil's on 2. Utility, incredibly sparse for anything else. They're going to have to rely on the frags to come through in full force. Also, Marquis 3 and 12, 15 rounds into the game.
Very quiet.
And the fact that getting info out of the lead, I think, speaks more to the individual performances of Dare and company than anything else. Because anything else, if they have an opponent on 3 and 12, should probably be in the lead.
So they should. Kills are kind of evenly spread between both teams as well. There's a top. But still, it has been a relatively homogenous spread across the remaining 9.
I almost want to do the kill math, but I don't think I'm going to.
It's close. Marky catwalk, a chance at bat. Finds nothing, won't overstay his welcome, just throws utility, buys time. Next to no utility left for anything else, so we're going to try to win this with fights alone. Snav towards stairs. Fight funds with timings, everything he does not. Fame catches Snav on the edge of the smoke. There's a difficult spot at default. Can't find the kill on Weeza. Getting info picked apart. No utility being thrown by anything else, or very few pieces of it, and yet they still find success. Slump doesn't stop the bomb plant. Looking for anything to be given. Find the first good shot. Spots 2 more, but can't get a second kill in his favor. Marky and Shane probably destined to try and save, but McNiff on this hunt should at least find Marky in market, or Shane in market. There it is. Marky in apartments. Don't overextend, Marky. Although he is being boxed in upon. I'm not sure he survives either.
If he fights his way out, he might. And a messy set. Will they continue to go in on him, though, is a better question. Yeah, they are. Weeza might just die, though, and he does! The nade keeps Marky alive. And so Marky doubles his kills in that round on the save. That ought to be a good way to boost his confidence. But we'll see if getting info can get back into this one, as that was a pretty rough round for them, and anything else went all in to try and take everything out of their hands. 2 M4s, a Deagle, and that's it for getting info. Anything else? Low on money, still low on utility, incredibly low on utility. And AKs across the board. Looking for an opening. Sprints out middle, but boost from Shane. Heals something special. Spot the smoke on the alley. And his enemies from seeing each other. Now they're here. Now Shane somehow still on it. Now around as well. Marky and Intro fell. And Weeza comes through underpass. Does take down that. Up comes the USP down to go. Swap AK line up, but he only gets the one. He didn't realize there was two. And so, the 1 versus 2, just out of his grasp. 9 to 8 back to the favor of anything else. Slump has his op now, Nate. And that has been what he's been the best with on this map. And again, anything else, still in that economic hardship mode. In that recession. I would say it's almost a depression for them, because every time they get something, they just lose it again.
Economy not been great. Slump trying to cross as the smoke blooms, is tagged quite low, doesn't get a kill for Shovels either, just a leg onto Fame. Weeza walking up passes Shane's utility. Shane, will he expect this? Will Marky expect this? Marky just might just get punished. Marky now stuck in a rock in a hard place. Swing comes in, Marky good for 1. McNiff though a trade. And Shane trying to stay alive as long as possible. Swings out, finds nothing. McNiff gets 1. Slump cannot support with the op. Finally finds Cypress, but can't find a second. This jump up cap could work out, but the player close. It's Fame, misses the shot on low HP. You're right, that makes this doable. Slash and bench. So much damage, but he just doesn't get it across the line. It's a dare to get another. And it's just McNiff now. He was known to be at Van, but he's likely rotated, so they think. McNiff, a real opportunity around the smoke. He finds the first. More smokes thrown in for added chaos. Tap comes through. McNiff spamming, tries to stop the defuse. He will find Snav on the smoke, however. 10 to 8 as McNiff pulls off a stellar 1 versus 2. And anything else, again, barely survive by a breadth of 1 player.
But getting info's economy is dashed again. Nothing they can do to reinvest here unless they're going to go on in for a force buy, a half buy, more prudent. And that's the call they'll make. But anything else, looking to extend their lead to 3 and really establish a stranglehold on Mirage. Bomb in backseat. And an A lead, heavy A lead from getting in here. Mid's ignored, except for Marky boosted up at bricks. So, no real B presence, no real mid presence, only A presence. But anything else are walking back into mid here, and they might just yield a kill over to Marky, who's up on catwalk, spots 1, nice shot on a Fame. That's a crisp one that will open up the round of 4, getting info, but it's no retaliation from anything else. They have the player in apartments and Weeza's Mac 10, but that's forced away. Does not want to overextend and overstay its welcome. The gun, at least, is unrecoverable, so that's something anything else can lay their hat on. But the B push seems to be on the cards here. They're going in for it. Don't have a lot of utility left. Does anything else continue to have no money left over? They continue to just buy down to brass tacks every single round with nothing in the bank. Yeah, it's keeping them ahead by an inch. That inch might soon shrink to a hair as Shane with 1, a tag and a bag from Shane again. Around, has 1 and 2, looking for the third, has help as well, running around the corner. Marky reloading. McNiff still looking for more. Has 2, into third. In comes the flank. Snav with 1. 1 versus 1 against the op of Cypress. The op is out. The MP9 is caught. And Snav does not utilize that SMG to its fullest extent, running around like a chicken with its head cut off. It's Cypress to retain the lead, but anything else, survive with 1 for what seems the 5th round in a row.
Yeah, again, slimmest of margins. But if they can do it consistently, more than good enough. Slump has his op again. Getting info. We finally saw Marky wake up, but now everybody else needs to wake up. Need to get it across the line. They get it to the line, but they can never get it across, or at least it feels like they can't. Slump. Boosted up. B-Apps finds the opening. Good start. Again, it's never over till it's over. Even when we get to these clutch rounds, it's anything else 9 times out of 10. There in the smoke. Finds another for his team. Fame now knows he's stuck. He will get the trade, but takes a lot of damage for it. 4 versus 3, now 4 versus 2. Fame finished off. Slash and Cypress. Slash known to be on Catwalk. Cypress, he's middle with the op as well. Slash has made it to ladder.
Yeah, but what can they really do from these positions? Shane's got the Sniper's Nest run on lock. He's got help from Snav. Palace is covered by Marky. Catwalk's watched by the op of Slump. I mean, anything else might just want to save here. As weird as it sounds. They don't really have money.
Low. Yeah.
They can save an op and an AK into the next round. It's not like they've been buying utility anyways. They're going to go for something. Slash drops in the window, jumps across, around the murder hole, reloads, and stomps his way into the site, but Slump has he stops the bomb, so the op is last standing and the last to fall. Slump wins the opper's duel, and it's now a 2-round lead, but no money at all for anything else. And I think they might just go for the force here, because they're on double eke for the most part. And that seems to be the case. Cypress goes in on the Deagle. Weeza, Tech 9. Slash the same, as is Fame. And McNiff. So only Cypress goes the route of the Deagle. Everybody else goes for the Tech. They have more utility in this round than they have in the most rounds prior. And it looks like a B run is on the cards. And 4s on Shane and Marky to defend. Oh! Marky on the spam. As Weeza has Musubi. Shane. Molotov ready. Spots. Valve McNiff runs in, and Shane will eventually 1G himself. And McNiff one round! Marky tapped, and Snav falls to the ground! McNiff has opened up the round entirely on his own, doing the damage to cause the 1G, then the 1 tap. And now Slump around that smoke. Blind as a bat, can't see anything. Dare rushing in. Clears left, sees none. Walks in. Re-smoke out. Dare. Up on the track. Can't get into it now. He does. In comes McNiff. One more. No more ammo. And Cypress around. Takes initiative. And it's map point for anything else. 3 of them to be exact. And no money for getting info. They're going to have to go all in here. A glass cannon for Slump. They've somehow found 3 M4s in utility. And Shane. What can he buy? MP9, FAMAS, and it's anything else who used the timeout here. An interesting call, as I would have assumed getting info would be the ones to want to call a timeout into this situation.
I would agree, but these chaotic rounds, it's been chaotic time and again. Keep in mind, it's always been clutches. That round was no different. It was a 1v1. They're scrounging for a weapon with ammo. Instead, he gets caught by the swinging player on Catwalk. The individuals getting anything else to the line. McNiff huge in that round. Gets Shane to burn himself alive. Gets the 1 tap using the scrounged M4. Absolutely stunning work from anything else to get to this point, to somehow potentially trade map picks with getting info.
Let's see. Slump's op is back. He's been better than Cypress. What do we have here? Slow and steady is the play. They lean. Underpass. The pick from Slump is punished by Cypress. And that all-powerful op. Swap to Snav, who punishes Weeza in due turn. but not quite slumps off. But it is last dare on the ladder, but he's caught by McNiff. McNiff has fire, the grab a second, but he goes to the bomb. And now it's a 1-versus-1 between Slash and Shane. The battle of the SMGs as Slash jumps to Cat to grab an M4. He'll hop over the con. He will see nothing, but be seen by nothing as well. The bomb down on site, though, means Shane has all the advantages. Just a matter of not getting caught unawares. 47 seconds, a lot of time to work with for either of these two players, but particularly for Slash, who can work his way around CT spawn. No idea where Shane could be at this point. But it really all comes down to the mind games in this cat and mouse.
This A1S is a one-shot headshot. Shane has no helmet. It's effectively an AK, and that could have been the difference maker for the M4. But Shane also has a one-shot headshot with an MP9, and he simply had the timing on that peek from ramp.
Yep.
Getting info, stay alive.
One-shot headshot. MP9 one-shot headshot.
I would have definitely given it. Definitely gave the edge to the A1S, given how it moved around. I loved that little play up catwalk as well, the quick movement.
Also, shame on you for thinking the A1S wins out in a long-range duel against an MP9. Like, why would you ever think the MP9 would be beat by anything?
That's true.
It is the best gun in the game.
State of it.
Chunky
Pistols.
nade on the McNiff.
Don't count them out. Sure, they don't have Tech 9s and armor, but don't count them out. Don't count them out. McNiff. A 1D doesn't commit either. The rifle is down rather towards Van, so it's probably not recoverable. The Glock almost doesn't Dare, who has no helmet. Dare will in fact double down. The P250 instead will be the one to find the next kill for the T side. It slinks in through jungle and finds one in market. But it's only an MP9.
Markey tucks into ladder room as McNiff waits on the other side. Will he seen him? Dare has. The op strikes and the nade lands. Slump with the finish and Slash the last alive. He'll move forward. 9 jumps up and is sent down. 1 round from overtime. 1 round from map 3. Nuke the decider if we get that far. The buy is last ditch for anything else. Galil's on 3, AK's on 2. It's a kitchen sink buy from the T side. Also, McNiff should drop an HE to somebody, but we'll see. Bomb back in the hands of Slump, although Dare's on for a potential 30 bomb here. 26 and 18. 26 in regulation, as crazy as it is. The fact that if he 4Ks out of this round, he gets a 30 bomb in regulation is beyond wild. We'll see now. Markey drops the cover. They will not ward off McNiff, who continues to scale in. McNiff goes for 2, but he's only got 1. Shane looking for himself cover, walks into 2 more up on catwalk. But snap comes through, makes a lot of damage. 1 more, bringing to a 3v3. Dang through the wall, I think, on the Cypress. That was what the chest shot should have done. Cypress, though, crosses into Slump, but now Slash takes half damage over on Get Right. Out goes Slump, down he falls. Anything else, hold on by the skin of their teeth. We're going to a 3rd map of Nuke, because it's 13-11 to wrap up Mirage.
Stunning performance overall from anything else. The individuals that really got it across the line. It was a lot of rounds that felt kind of like death balls, you know? It was much more touch and go. It was much less regimented than, for example, the first series we watched today, where it kind of felt touch and go. Play it kind of puggy. Try to get some information and then go for a contact play. We saw McNiff more often than not get something in B apps rolling by simply getting aggressive. We saw them lurk out a ramp and it simply worked out. They found the timings, they found the groove, and anything else, bring it back from what we thought was an insurmountable deficit.
Yeah, it was a wild first map. A massive win for Getting Info. But Getting Info's home, their castle, has been taken. Nuke will decide it all between these two teams. Who will survive and play in Stage 2? Whose Pro League dreams end here today? Find out when we come back from the break.
As he turns it, nice headshot goal.
Go to broad daylight, feeding every night like Friday night. I keep the party on rock and the Bombay ice. Gotta see stars like Broadway lights. I told her, baby girl, you don't gotta kick it with the daydreamers. You can skip the line, I'm the gatekeeper. Plus I got the crowd going crazy, dance floor blazing up, going. When they see me show up, I be feeling glowed up. When they see me show up, I be feeling so. When they see me show up, I be feeling glowed up. When they see me show up, I be feeling so. With the VIPs in your city, getting litty as a BIC, huh? Yeah, screaming life's a gift, so we live to the fullest till we DIE. DJ, put it back on, keep it hype, we don't wanna hear no sad songs. Everybody up in here just wanna celebrate. Sip a little drink, get the dance on. That's all, listen, everything good over here. We don't want no problems, we just want cheers. Toast to the good life, wine, liquor, beer. Haters getting blocked if they trying to interfere. Swag on 100 and my drip too fresh. Certified stunner, need a big blue check. I don't got no time for no BS and no negative ideas in my vibe, cause I'm just too blessed. Run it back. When they see me show up, I be feeling glowed up. When they see me show up, I be feeling so. When they see me show up, I be feeling glowed up. When they see me show up, I be feeling so.
It was a blowout in map 1, Getting Info dominating anything else, but map number 2 told a different story and had a different result. A narrow victory for anything else, 13-11, sees them upset Getting Info on what should have been their star map, and sees us end on a nuke, the third and final of this elimination matchup. It's Boggs and Pineapple Phillips on the mic here. There's the vetoes. Getting Info had the last ban, so they got to choose between Dust 2 and Nuke. And their record on Dust 2 and Nuke, I think, speaks for what that veto is. 0-2 versus 2-2. But I think what we saw on Mirage means that this one is kind of anyone's game, because Nate, while Ancient might have been a blowout, Mirage should have been as well.
Yeah, definitely should have been given. Getting Info's overall history and stats on the map. These players on Getting Info are all very, very comfortable on it. Then again, everybody is. It's the Pug map, the quintessential Pug map. And as we mentioned, I think anything else just played a better Puggy game than their adversaries. I think Marky was maybe a little bit too regimented in his style. That's why he had such a slow start. And it was a battle of the individuals. Dare versus McNiff, specifically. McNiff had a tremendous amount of impact in finding openings and finding kills he shouldn't have. That kill via Molotov on the via Molotov suicide 1G on Shane, followed by the one tap with the A1S, definitely comes to mind. But it's just Getting Info feel like they should be at advantage, but the individuals for anything else is just putting them over the line.
Can anything else get it over the line on the final hurdle, though? That's the question. Do they have enough to do that again? Can they replicate the success they just showcased on a map that is far less puggy than either Ancient or Dust, or Nuke, or Mirage for that matter, on Nuke? Dust 2 would have been another more puggy map, and I think that's why Getting Info didn't want to go into that either. But when it comes down to it, so many critical mistakes were made by Getting Info in that first half that they really hamstrung themselves. They didn't clear corners they should have. They didn't clear all the angles. They were thinking, we got 2 guys. There's no way there's a third here, or there's no way the guy's here. They just were overconfident, they were cocky, and they got punished. And you can't do that in a single elimination matchup.
No, you can't be that cocky, that overconfident. You have to clear your angles. You have to expect anything else to be doing absolutely anything in the round. Do your due diligence. Dot your I's, cross your T's, and we quite simply didn't see that. We saw them get a little bit too complacent, a little bit too reliant on timings, etc., and it simply didn't work out. Again, anything else did well to seize the day, but it was Getting Info's map to lose, and they most certainly did lose it.
Well, let's see if they can hold on and take this one, because Getting Info the heavy favorites, too, coming into this, Nate. It's not like they're coming in here as a team that nobody knows. It's not like they're coming in here as a team that didn't get the VRS invite. They did. So, you have to beat the teams you have to beat. There's still big fish to fry, but there's 2 spots, I believe, maybe only 1 spot.
One
for
spot.
Pro League. 1 spot. It's 2 spots out of Challenger. But 1 spot available for Pro League. You already have your big fish in M80, but Lag have also shown a real resurgence with the Brett roster. And you have Boss going at it. You have Blue Jays going at it. Marco Registrada has been very good as of late as well. So there's a lot of teams going into this. Marsborn, I can't believe I forgot about Marsborn. It's another team that you're going to have to watch out for moving forward. And for Getting Info, you need to find something. You need to find a win. You need to find a way to at least make it deep in this second stage. But they have to get past stage 1 first. And for anything else, I think they're just riding the game. They're going to go as far as they can and see what they can do. They already took down Vulcan and TSG, but when you move forward here, it's only going to get harder. But the same's going to be said for Getting Info. It's not going to be easy moving forward.
Yeah, I would wager to say this is both teams' easiest matchup left in this tournament, in this qualifier. And again, there's only 1 spot left. Granted, there'll be a double elimination bracket once they get through this game. But it's not going to be easy. All those teams you mentioned earned their spots for the most part. Actually, I think they had to earn their spots. There was no closed invites to that
it was all
second
open.
stage. It's all open. So, again, can't take anything for granted. Granted, Getting Info did just retool their roster, but a lot of these players are familiar playing with one another. But even then, can't use that as an excuse. Nothing but the best play will get you through to Pro League.
Precise.
Yard live.
Looks like, I'm going to guess Getting Info won the knife round, because nobody's going to voluntarily start T-set on Nuke.
I agree. You have dualies on Marky and Dare with the flash on Snav, and full Kevlar for anything else who are looking to deathball potentially out ramp. Shane at elbow needs to be very careful. Dinked, gushed down by Slash. The swing from Weeza wasn't even necessary. Slump second at bat, does find one. Needs to be careful about the numbers here. He finds a second. Marky in the meanwhile drops Cypress, and while Slash will finally get control of Hell, his team does not have the advantage. There, top Hut. First to take contact, doesn't actually force the duel. McNiff might just be able to slink in, depending on the timing. All three players for Getting Info are towards A. Yes, they are. Bomb is slowly wrapping around up towards Heaven. They're going to group up. They're going to play the numbers game. Marky, though, still posted from bottom site as it snaps. Swing comes in. The dualies miss their mark. McNiff finds one. Slash finds a second, and the round advantage has been turned on its head. Snav trying to race forward to stop the bomb plant. Can't do so. Can't get the kill onto McNiff either. Snav on site does not expect Slash to be down below at that angle. And so it is the round stolen away by anything else, despite the early successes of I believe it was Slump down below in Hell.
It was, and Slump just kind of got overwhelmed. He got two. He did his job. He shouldn't have had to get more out of that situation, but as it stands now, Getting Info are just going to be on the outside looking in, forcing into this next round. It's going to be MP9s on 3, a 5-7 for Marquis. Slump has that scout, but it's a full buy from anything else. Of course, they won the round. Mac 10 for Weezo, rifles and everybody else. Does aggression from Daniel Michael? And it does. Nice little read from Cypress. Slash was up top on. Really no way to get out of that, and Shane tries to jump around, but he hits the top of the doorway there, and that's just insult to injury. Unlucky, and they say luck's a skill, Nate, and while Getting Info might have had a little bit of luck go their way in the first map, that Slump 1 versus 2 on A site, round 2. I don't know if there's going to be anything else. Getting Info, luck, is anything else to be having it. Here's a 5-7 play from Marky that lands 2 into a 2 versus 2. Back 10 around the corner. Nice read by Cypress, but Slump's right there for the trade. Bomb down right in front of Slash, but also in front of Slump. He does not know where Slash is, but given Slash's position, Slump has the advantage in this duel. Not quite in terms of firepower, but in terms of positioning. This one, a lot riding on the shoulders of Slash here. Did not lose to the force by round 2. Dropped, spotted, and he's sprayed down. Well done from Slump, who's been really, really good for Getting Info. Been, honestly, my star of the game right now if I had to give one to Getting Info.
I wholeheartedly agree. He's been having impact on every map. He's not slumped on any of them. Consistent impact from him, whether it be op or rifle in hand. And another round where the pistol second round conversion is failed. Deagles and a Tech 9 for anything else. Don't count these pistols out. We saw them have tremendous success on Mirage. There, though, finds the first onto McNiff. He felt like the raid boss in that last map. Weeza, though, pushing ramp, gets Shane, and Slump needs to be worried about this pistol up close. Another Dare reloading, nearly taken down. Snav has his back. Still 3 versus 3. Weeza has that AK as well. The spam could take Dare.
Considering the
Weeza down.
circumstances, it's not bad.
No, but it's certainly not great when your teammates only have MP9s and that rifle is now recoverable. Player lurking out Heaven might just see Marky's feet. Else
All
keeping their
timing.
options open. Timing's everything. Using smoke. Caught. Second player haven't spotted, but Slash at range gets the deagle kill. It's Snav now rotating secret in the 1v2. Bomb hits dirt. Snav will go up hell. Fame is here with that one rifle. It's on timing for the first duel.
Here's the backstab. Bomb ticks away. Kit for Snav. Smokes down. And a long-range duel against Slash is not going to be good for the MP9, and Slash only needs one shot to win it. So the Force Spy goes one way, then swings back the other. And getting info will go right back into it. I think it's safe to say that the Force Spy wars have begun. Cue the Acclimator class assault ship's name. We're getting into it here.
Be a full day of broadcast without at least one Star Wars Force Spy reference.
They look. So, I gotta
It's
make
true.
it count.
It's true. Galil's AK and MP9 versus an MP9 pistols. Again, those Deagles found success in the last round for anything else. Why can't they for getting info this time around? Let's start throwing the marquee. Second from Cypress on to Snav. There. In his position, just spamming, hoping to find something. There is some trades, a bit of hecticness over in towards lobby. Dare and Shane on MP9s versus 2 AKs on Weeza and Slash. Slash dropping down vents. He's going to go plant towards B. Where's Weeza going to go? If these rifles split up, it could be a dangerous predicament.
Bomb has been planted.
He's going towards the vents. He should know they're both going towards ramp now.
It's all gonna come down to timing, though. Needs to get in position. Might not even matter if Slash can win the duel.
At range,
That's
those AKs have such an advantage.
There's no way to not have it. He doesn't have the kit either. He's out of time, and he knows it. He's gonna have to bail here. Looks for an AK, finds nothing. Looks to go up, but I don't think he's getting out of this alive. Slash orders the bomb. That might just put Slash to bed, though. So he's closer from T side. But overall, getting info. Showing the same worrying signs that we saw on Mirage here on Nuke early on, especially on the CT side, too. This is a pretty abysmal start.
Yeah, it definitely leaves me wanting for more. Should be a full save on this one, maybe a flash. Anything else? Still being hamstrung economically, though. Not like how we saw on Mirage, where every round gets close and scrappy. Just one deagle for Dare. All we see for the CT side.
Ooh.
And well, the one deagle will at least make it work in the early goings. Weeza caught crossing outside. Good start for getting info, but still a long way to go in this round.
Starts with one kill. For 2. Bomb goes down the ramp and into B. And he gets the kill onto Slash. The USP strikes for another. It's a man advantage for getting in with him to recover any of these guns. And now it's a level playing field of a 3 versus 3, but Dare has a Galil now in hand, and Shane still has that RP around the vent. Might just be able to pop out and pop Fame. It's Dare instead, as it's another gun recoverable for getting info, and anything else, they need to get the bomb down. Not quite as urgent yet. It's not an emergency, but it's ticking away. These players have full HP, but McNiff has no helmet. He's a one-shot headshot to any weapon that getting info possess right now. That might just pose a problem. They're saving.
I think it's A. I think it's A.
No.
And Molly backside.
No.
Yep.
Oh my gosh. They were on the site when the bomb got planted.
I don't know. Pistol goes down to the bomb as well. That's Shane taken out. 1-4. 3 rounds in a row for anything else. 2 survive again. Not good for the T economy, but not as bad as only 1 surviving. Investment coming through. Again, Galil still in play for anything else. Not the best, but also not the worst. Getting info. Eye around what they got. 2 Galils, 2 M4s. Slump has his op. We'll see where he goes with that weapon. See if getting info can right the ship, because this has been quite the slide early on in the decider.
Weeza probing around outside. Clears. Anything else have done their due diligence on their angles for the vast majority of these rounds, Nate. I think that's been the biggest difference maker, too. They haven't been making the mistakes. Getting info have been making a lot of mistakes. They've been able to bail themselves out of those situations in a large scenario because of their aim and their firepower advantage over anything else. But when you come down to it, anything else is
Clear from Fame, doubling down now with Snav. Spots the third and heavy. Shane needs to be careful here about extending. Fine time for Marky to come up the vents. He'll find one. He'll tag a second. Okay, Shane doing his hero performance. Marky still in the vents. Slump flanking through Trophy with an op. Cypress gonna walk back in. There's the kill from Slump. Slash factor up the ladder. He comes on the ladder. He'll find one. 2 versus 2. Weeza has site control. He'll now put that bomb to dirt.
They have no way to force him out. And Weeza knocked us all down. He's got Marky dead to rights, and Slump, what can he do? They know where he is. Weeza's gonna walk into that smoke, and Slump's gonna go right around him. I think he expects somebody in this smoke. There
Okay.
he goes, and
Now you go for it.
kid too, yeah, he's got to go for this. He's got to get the kill though. This no Slash is 20 HP. There's no way. He's gonna hold. He's holding. Press.
Slash
him over top. And he hits the headshot he needed. Nothing for Slump, and 5 on T side. Nuke for anything else. Would you believe it if you heard this scoreline after map number 1? There is no way. But Mirage has been a resurrecting experience for anything else, a crucible which purifies the metal. As they're coming out of this iron hard.
I feel like the end of Mirage, where anything else were on the T side, winning rounds in clutch situations and by narrow margins. They were doing it consistently. And it's just punishing this CT side economically. It's going to be a half line from M4s to pistols. Slump saving up a little bit extra to make sure he can get an op. It's been Slash's map thus far onto the anything else side. Fame. Fine Snap. Snap was playing Tetris slash Top Hut. Good opener to find. It's a very slow default. It's been their call.
But it's worked. They haven't changed it. That's a big pick. And now Dare does pick up Slash outside. Cypress is going to try and change it. Pushing in. Lost 2. Nope. Gets 1. 5-7 splits the goal. Goes on the double swing between Fame and McNiff. And down the ramp they go in towards B. Getting info, rotating back in. It's going to be Dare first with double doors. He will not stop, he will stop the plant, but he will not kill the planter. Takes care of Fame, however. And McNiff has just enough time to sprint this up to A. And I know anything else know this. Already up the vent ladder is Marky. Dare is just holding towards B. And McNiff is going to run all the way up. Marky's going to go in towards Hut. And surely shut this down as he's going to walk out the doors. Bomb down. Not ready for it at all. And at long last, getting info, get their second on the board. But that has been a long time coming. And for anything else, feels like they just let that slip through their fingers. That was a round rather that they should have had a lock, and they just don't really lock down on it. They just let it slip away. They got sloppy.
They do. Maybe a bit complacent, expecting to win those early duels. Either way, only 2 surviving for getting info. They'll invest. That was a half buy round. Anything else? As we mentioned, when you can win clutch rounds consistently, it's okay, I guess. But the issue is you don't have any economy built up behind you. So in that case, when you finally don't win the round, when you finally come up short, you have no money. Look at anything else as an example. They won so many rounds in a row. And here they are with Mac 10s, a scout. Dire straits of an investment versus the riflery of getting info.
Need to blow open the smoke. A nice spot for Snav, and he'll capitalize onto Weeza, but down go the rest of anything else. In towards the B sprint, the skirmish will occur momentarily. Out goes Fame, and down he falls. Shane 2 on the catwalk. Does get done in by Cypress, but it's a 4 versus 2. No bomb plant down. Missed opportunity there from Cypress, as he can't take down the ramp players in Dare and Slump. Bomb in no man's land. No real chance for anything else. It's just economic damage. What can they do? Maybe get a plant down as well, but Slash closing the gap might be able to the first. Slump can't get anything, but the Molotov fades at an inopportune time. Cypress now half HP. No left for him. And getting info 2 in a row. Close the gap to 2 rounds. They find resurgence, they find life. It is CT side Nuke after all. Expect them to do that. But it's been very difficult so far, but it seems they're coming back alive here, and anything else are cooling off in the cooling pool over in the slower site.
Yes, they are. Still go for pistols and armor, though, thanks to that bomb plant. We Slash can. No pause yet either. Oh, there we go. See one being used by getting info.
Right? Interesting.
Maybe knowing it's going to be pistols and aggressive.
Maybe they just want to make sure nobody goes and does something stupid. Zemphis is the coach of this team, after all. Nobody go aggressive. Nobody donate a rifle.
If it's an online tournament, are the coaches allowed to talk outside of pause time?
I don't believe so. Especially given the fact that there are, I believe they have to use a league-sanctioned chat room.
Oh, and that would make it easier.
So, don't quote me on that. I'm pretty sure there is something along those lines. Or at least communication has to be recorded. There's an opener from Slump. He has to be careful not to get overrun. There he goes. Magnificent op now. He's tagged to the back twice. But op opener, and now potentially another pick as Dare goes 1 for 1. That's a rifle and an op in the hands of the T side with armor behind it. And Weeza takes some damage, but that's not a problem at all. Cypress now engaging with Shane at a range M4 versus M4. And getting info off the back of their timeout are in a bit of an interesting spot. Markey, he's up top silo, reversing positions with the T's, but they're ready for it. They're expecting somebody up here. It's a matter of whether or not he shows, and he's about to show. He takes his time, and he will not miss. A little bit shaky on that shot, but better safe than sorry. Definitely not going to expect somebody behind him was Markey. Now, Snav and Shane, a long-time duo, have to take out 3. The health is low on all 3 of these anything else players, so the opportunity is there. Just have to reach out. And Snav with a lineup. Combo. Down goes Weeza as he falls down the ladder. 4 now for getting info. 3 in a row off the drop. And we'll see if they can pick up the 5th to tie it all up as the guns come back out for anything else.
Anything else? They have rifles. They have okay utility. They only have, well, I guess they have 5 smokes at least, covering their bases. Very smoke-centric map. Sump still has his op though. Should make you uneasy, and there we go. That's exactly why. Fame caught early. Good start for getting info, who are now close to tying it back up. Needs being exchanged in towards trophy. E might be on the cards for anything else, using the remaining resources they have. Finds one. There almost gets a second, but Snav up top crucially finds nothing, and Slump's op shot misses. Molly onto site to delay the plant. In fact, that made us so much onto Weeza. Another missed shot from Slump, though. That means the bomb will hit dirt as we are at even footing going into the retake.
Nice pop. As Slump tried to get over, Cypress facing a 1 versus 3, nothing he can do, and at least a tie scoreline going into the second half for anything else, and a chance to lead on T side of Nuke moving into that second half. That would be a nice result for anything else. As getting info again, despite the opening antics of Slump, cannot get this round over the line. And it's back to drawing board for the CTs, and the money again is rough. M4's on 3, Famas on 1, utility is light, no defuse kits, a 5-7 for Shane. It just continues to get worse and worse for the CTs. Not a good situation for them whatsoever. And when you look at anything else and how they performed, taking Ancient into isolation and only looking at Mirage and Nuke, this one's rough.
Yes, it is. See if they can make some magic happen. Anything else I've done very well in their spacing. Hasn't been the fanciest Counter-Strike.
What a shot!
Shot from Slump as the rest comes streaming out. He finds a second. Cypress gets the trade, but the info have a real chance, especially with that double dink from Markion to Fame. The final pair, Slash and Cypress, heading down into Shane. 5-7 up close. Scary prospect. Spots one. Gets the shot. Gets traded, but Slash in a 1v3. Seemingly insurmountable odds. He's found a gap. Going into control. Don't even have the opportunity now to go up and plant on A. Try to do so. He's trying to beckon them forward. Here's the ladder up in heaven. This should be impossible from this angle.
Oh, yeah.
Players approaching from these avenues as they are. Snap. Bottom of vents expected. There, though. Not on the double up. Anything else? Lose the round thanks to that double up early on from Slump. This has been a chaotic decider.
It's been utter chaos, and now it's anything else's turn to be broke, too. Mac 10's on 3, Tech 9 for Weeza, and the AK for Cypress now. Getting info have their M4s and MP9 on Shane, and then the AK for Dare. He has no helmet, and neither does Slump. So, very screwed. Tech 9s and Mac 10s as Snap will open things up. 2, 1 blind, 1 not marked. He keeps him alive as well. Outgoes the Tech 9 of Weeza, but it's only gotten the pick outside on to Dare. Last man standing, Weeza 1 versus 4. Looking for the ace clutch. Moves his way into heaven by the way of the AC unit. Top of lockers. Weeza watched, spammed. One nice shot, but all he gets is 1. 6-6, tie scoreline into the final half of this qualifier.
When the world is cold, you hear people say, gotta chase the dream of yesterday. But the stories told, the golden memories, ain't a truth but just a fallacy. But there's hustlers, stealers, liars out on this road, and they'll feed the fire and watch it all explode. Gotta put those flames out before we burn it down. Gotta plant new seeds in this ground. Don't let yourself be troubled or think on yesterday. Keep on moving, come on, don't stand in my way. Some people wanna pull you under. Some people wanna make you cry. Some people rolling in like thunder. We gotta fight the feeling, we gotta do it right. If the hustle and grind breaks your stride, do your turn and blame the other side. If the hustle in your mind makes you decide, it will crack and strip you of your pride. Oh, but there's hustlers, stealers, liars out on this road, and they'll feed the fire and watch it all explode. Gotta put those flames out before we burn it down. Gotta plant new seeds in this ground. Don't let yourself be troubled or think on yesterday. Keep on moving, come on, don't stand in my way. Some people wanna pull you under. Some people wanna make you cry. Some people rolling in like thunder. We gotta fight the feeling, we gotta do it right.
6-6 scoreline as we enter the second half. It's Pineapple Phillips and Boggs on the mic, and an aggressive play from getting info straight out in towards A. Fame on the back of sight, though, triples down before he's felled, leaving us back at even footing. 2 versus 2. Shane on 1 HP. And McNiff in through Hut on the flank finds 1. Shane, 1 HP, should not have a chance, and no, he does not. McNiff puts him to bed with a headshot for good measure, doubling down on the dualies. And that's another pistol round going the way of anything else.
But the bomb plant does mean the important round now becomes round 14. The second round for Spy. Can anything else hold off this aggressive push? We'll find out as we have a technical pause right now, so it's going to be a little bit longer before we get into the actual action. But, Nate, one thing's for certain, with the way that MR12 has gone, the way the economy is, that second round after pistols tends to be more important than the actual pistol, particularly when the bomb does get planted. All the importance is on that second round force. If you win that, who cares who won the pistol? That's where the real game is. And all that to say, we still haven't had an economy rework to balance things in MR12.
No, the thing is, when you lose the pistol round, you also still have that loss bonus there so that you don't have as much difficulty getting a buy.
Mm-hmm.
So especially if you get that bomb plant, you're looking pretty good for the T side, regardless of if you win or lose. Whereas if you win that second round, well, that loss bonus that was there for round 1 is gone for the team that gets clapped back down. And so it becomes an even more dire situation where they're forced by, if they want to go for it, which they kind of have to because it's a double, is even worse than the force buy that they went up against in the round prior. So it's a big momentum swing, and this series has kind of been the epitome of that, because we've seen anything else win pistol round time and again, and then immediately lose the second round and lose the early momentum because of it.
Let's see, we got a longer technical pause going on right now, so we're waiting to get back into the action here. And a lot is at stake for getting info. They're going in with some MAC-10s, they're going in with a Golem. But when you look at the grand scheme of things, if getting info, this is going to be moving ahead a little speculation. If getting info lose this series, if they bomb out in stage 1 of the Pro League qualifier, surely something gets changed, right? Because it's not like Shane, Dare, and Snav are a new core.
It's true. I
Marky's
think a lot
not
of teams are still in flux as well. I
agree.
Even if only one team's going to qualify, and everybody assumes it's going to be the likes of M80 or someone similar. Most of these teams are using this as a chance to play against each other, maybe have a shot at Pro League, but also try things out. A lot of teams are trying out new players. We talked about it time and again, how many teams are playing with subs. We saw 2 playing in the first set with substitutions. We saw this game. We didn't know who 2/5 of getting info were going to be, and in fact, 3 players had changed by the time they got on the server. Everybody's kind of just throwing things at the wall to see what sticks, especially as a free agent team, because there's no red tape that you kind of have to work around to get a team
roster
together.
Considerations, especially in the EPT. So if it's anything in the ESL Pro Tour, there are roster locks.
That's true.
You can only make a certain number of moves. So there is that sort of decision there.
That consideration, yeah.
Yeah. You can't really just go all in. I know subs were registered for this event, though.
That is true. I'm just wondering if it's like advanced, it's far more forgiving in terms of the amount of roster changes you can make.
But they just made changes to how Pro League qualification works.
That's true.
With the LAN qualification through advanced. So.
It's true.
You have to be careful.
Not sure if we're finally getting situated yet or not. Looks like this pause is still going on. Seems we always get cursed with at least one of these bogs.
Yeah, we had a... Okay. We're going back here in a minute. So, won't be too much longer before we're back in. There we go. Countdown coming. And anything else with a very crucial round for their upset potential bid against Getting Info, and for Getting Info to do what they should do and at least make stage 2 of this Pro League qualifier. We'll see if they can manage it. It's Nate. Getting Info. I think we're going to see some pretty angry North American players on one particular team.
It's true. 4 MAC-10s, Galil. A rifle-centric buy for anything else. Who, again, really want this conversion. As they've always been, they're pretty light on utility on this defense. So, gonna put the Molotov top hut. Getting Info aren't committing, not yet. And here we go. Not hut. Chain towards door. Doesn't find the first, but it's his teammate. Slash gets the trade. Slump finds another. It's a flurry of kills across the scoreboard, but Getting Info has a tenuous advantage. Cypress in towards Vinny. Tries to pop the smoke. With so many players greeting him, he can't find anything. McNiff. There's a person you want in this situation. It's probably him. 1v3. He's got the kit on his belt now as well. He has so many things to worry about. Old Vents, Tetris, Hot. And he simply fails at the first hurdle, considering too many angles. Again, it is Getting Info preventing the pistol round conversion and sending us to what should be this kind of force buy back and forth, as anything else are kind of on a double save at this stage.
And another tech pause, too. So, we'll hope it's not a long one. But for anything else, I have questions. Why is Fame standing still in heaven, full blind?
Great question.
Knowing he's exposed. Why are the anything else players rushing to upgrade guns? You gotta cross your T's and dot your I's before you can start the next sentence. And they rushed everything in that round, despite having the firepower advantage. That's the first major mental break I've seen from anything else in the last couple of maps, in the last 2 maps, to be specific. The first real big mistake that came through. And it could not come at a more inopportune time.
It's a difficult spot. I think at this point, given how long this game has been, because a lot of these rounds have been quite long. Ancient specifically felt like the rounds took eons.
Even though it was only a 17-round game.
Mirage even felt like it had some incredibly long rounds. So I think a lot of these teams are kind of a lot of these players, excuse me, are kind of beginning to break, kind of beginning to not do as they should. But it sounds like we're going to have a longer break this time around, ladies and gentlemen. So we're going to toss to a break. And when we return, we will have the continuation of this decider map. Stay tuned. We'll be back shortly.
When the world is cold, you hear people say, gotta chase the dream of yesterday. But the stories told, the golden memories, ain't a truth but just a fallacy. But there's hustlers, stealers, liars out on this road, and they'll feed the fire and watch it all explode. Gotta put those flames out before we burn it down. Gotta plant new seeds in this ground. If the hustle and grind breaks your stride, do you turn and blame the other side? If the hustle in your mind makes you decide, it will crack and strip you of your pride. Oh, but there's hustlers, stealers, liars out on this road, and they'll feed the fire and watch it all explode. Gotta put those flames out before we burn it down. Gotta plant new seeds in this ground. Don't let yourself be troubled or think on yesterday. Keep on moving, come on, don't stand in my way. Some people wanna pull you under. Some people wanna make you cry. Some people want it in like thunder. We gotta fight the feeling, we gotta do it right. Well, don't let yourself be troubled or think on yesterday. Keep on moving, come on, don't stand in my way. Some people wanna pull you under. Some people wanna make you cry. Some people want it in like thunder. We gotta fight the feeling, we gotta do it right. Yeah, we gotta do it right. Can't take it, I won't take it no more. And the words you say are killing to me. You keep on bringing me down, 'cause you like to think you're better than me. If there was a way to tell you, the love you hate can never die. You don't even know what happens to me, and you don't even really care to try. Your time is coming, so stop your running. You're gonna have to listen to me. We're rearranging, it's time for changing. Do you hear my cry? Now's the time. I can't take it, won't take it no more. 'Cause the words you say are killing to me. You keep on bringing it down, 'cause you like to think you're better than me. You told me I was so demanding, 'cause I want the same as you. I asked and I begged and I pleaded, tell me what am I to do? And now I'm taking, no longer waiting, no longer got a hold of me. You heard the screaming, but you didn't mean it when you said that you would change. No. And the word you say are killing me. You keep on bringing me down. No. I can't take it no more. Won't take it no more. I can't take it no more. No. 'Cause the word you say they're killing me. Won't let you bring me down. Even though
After a lengthy technical pause, we're back into the action here. 7-all the score line. Between anything else and getting info on the final map of this best of 3, I'm Boggs, he's Pineapple Phillips. This is the qualifier for ESL Pro League Season 22 in the North American region. And anything else, despite a 7-5 lead going into the CT half of Nuke, have squandered it. Getting info, have their rifles going down secret. Anything else, force again. Deagles, 5.7s, and MP9. And if anything else can win this one, we know what's coming after that.
Yes, we do. Anything else? One player in heaven. And to spot the cross. They're already across, of course. Nobody's down below. We have McNiff and J-Hall, and that's about it. Giving some presence there, dropping top mini. Slump as well. Spamming away, looking to get some damage or some information. Bomb at this point, pretty much towards control. Should have B site. Fame pressuring in, flanking around top of Marshmallow is caught at range by the Galoo. Plant will go down. Default on B. Players down the vents come through. The 5.7's good for 1. Even footing, but still a tall task for anything else. One player spotted for the MP9, but it just can't get the shot. Niff and the craziness, though, finds 1 before falling. Dare wants to put this one to bed, though. He wants to stabilize things, finding 2 for himself before being felled by Weeza. Slash. Not find Dare. Just Weeza now. 1v2. Spots them both, has the information, but doesn't have the kills or the stopping power required. 8-7, getting info, have the advantage, but again, these rounds are anything but convincing. They're still very back and forth.
Back and forth, but we will not have another force out of anything else right now. Let's see if things can stabilize for anything else moving into round 17, because round 16 should be a relative walk in the park for getting info. But the nade stack might have something to say about that. Massive damage taken by the T side. And USP's on the other wall, ready to mop them up. Over top, Snav gets tagged, Dare gets bagged, but Shane has the trade. Shane taps away through smoke, looking for a lucky kill. That's just to make lucky your own. Fame being tagged down, not exactly having the best of times. Put to bed by Marquis. He's moving up to heaven, trying to grab the high ground. But I don't think it matters, high ground or not. This round should be stabilized for getting info. It's just how can they limit their losses? That's the real question here.
Lay it together. That's what they'll do. 2 players jumping up behind heaven. Slink into everything. I believe he spotted 1, but he can't get the kill. Sight should be cleared. Slump gets that kill as well. Good shot from him. Just McNiff. He has a Zeus. He's pushing through trophy now, but more than 1 kill seems beyond reasonable.
The Zeus kill would be nice.
They know where he is now, but now. Exactly. Snapshot and Slump should be getting very far away from the situation at hand right now.
Terrorists win.
They all will survive. McNiff brings nothing into the next round. He drops his Zeus. Getting info, extend their lead to 2. Rifles again in hand for anything else, but they lose this one, it'll be 10 and then likely 11 for getting info off the back of it. And in addition to that, Slump again has his op in hand, which is a worrying piece of kit that anything else have to deal with.
Rifles are out. The utility is not for anything else. They don't have a kit either. A couple of smokes, a couple of flashbangs waiting for them with a $1.32 to go in the round. Slash moves up. Might just get the drop on Slump here. Sprays away. That's a messy kill, but it's a kill nonetheless, and that's what matters. Eats the nade, though. Double nade comes through, and Slash is down low to 34 HP. He's running away from any potential contact as well, retreating further and further back down into double doors. Dare, he's going to be one of the last two to join up as all four remaining Getting Info players move into secret, down into the tunnel. Slash is still here, but there's not much he can do. Getting Info don't have to commit to this, although their time is running out. 38 seconds. And they look to commit. B sight the goal, or a quick rush up the vents. B, though, the safest bet. There is McNiff over on ramp. He can be the fastest to help, but Slash is going to have to do the bulk of this work on his own. 2 flashbangs, again, no kit for anything else. Single and double will open together. Slash will have to take his battle. Smoke misses abhorrently, and Slash will isolate. McNiff is here. Gets the trade on 1. Cannot find 2. 3 versus 2, and time is running out. Rotation's coming down. 2 double doors. The doors are closing down. And Weeza gets a dink, but not the kill. It's up to Fame and Cypress here to stall this one out and keep them alive in this game. Fame, one nice drive-by. Marky got outplayed by Cypress. And we will see this game move within 1 round, score of each other again. 7, now 8, 9 for Getting Info. Money's fine for the T side. Look at Marky, $11,000 before he drops Slump. Money bags over here. And not the same could be said for anything else.
It's true. Again, the rounds they win are close. It doesn't let them build an economy, especially not on the CT side. They'll have rifles and an MP9 versus full AK. Slump not going for the op. Can't afford it. Getting Info, what's the adjustment? Looks like a quicker play out towards A as they're grouping up door and outside hut. Here they go. They're streaming out the door. Molotov thrown by Weeza. Fame lines up 2. Slash gets the 3rd, avenging his teammate. McNiff finds 1, Slash the other. It's a belabored, scrappy play straight out A with no utility to support it. And it is punished accordingly by anything else, who tie it back up quickly and win that round convincingly as well, with 3 surviving.
Yeah, good for the economy. And for Getting Info, it's their turn to be on the broke bus. Tech 9 for Dare, armor for him and Snav. Marky will buy down to 1600 with an AK as well. So a good chance to do some damage economically for Getting Info. Maybe even eke out a bomb, and at that point anything goes. But anything else are now tied up again within striking distance, and it's exactly where they want to be right now. Just keeping pace with Getting Info. They can pull ahead at the end. That's all they need to do. Also, just an update for everyone wondering what the long technical pause was. The players are required to have camera view of their screens set up during the matches online. And so players that were using their phones had their phones dying, so had to go charge those. Just in case people were wondering what was going on with all of that. Just to ensure everything is Fame, drive-by, finished. Snav and Marky will open things up. Weeza only gets 1. The Hero Rifle finds a pair. Slash will spray, but he can't cut anything. As McNiff now has to go all alone from up top, essentially. Now he will be all alone as he has his teammate fall. 1 of 4. But that's all fine. And the half buy for Getting Info puts them up by 1 again. And despite that economic boon of keeping 3 alive, Nate, it's back to the pistols for anything else, and actually, it might be back to the 4 spy.
Yeah, keeping 3 alive can help slowly build an economy on the CT side, but it won't build it overnight. That round was a flash in the pan for anything else, as they are now struggling again. Forced by what they can. Slash keeping a bit of extra money in the bank, potentially for an op, but getting info. The hard set advantage in round 20. Holding for the aggression, finds one, Snav a second. Anything else beginning to get a bit antsy, trying to make something happen instead of playing around their opponent's aggression. They're still playing things slow and measured. Nice shot from Slump on the fadeaway outside. Down B is the call. All 5 players for it. Ramp. The 5th close behind them. Swing on the doors for Slash. Push down. This has got to be an 11 for getting info at this point. Nothing going the way the direction of anything else. Cypress would behoove him to save this rifle for round 21.
Anything else? They've kept it close for so long, but it seems to be slipping away at the final hurdle, the last dance. It's becoming more and more likely that getting info will hold on and move on to survive tomorrow and see who they play in stage 2 when it becomes double elimination again. Terrorists win. That's it. Stay alive for the rest. But anything else? Have no money here. They have the saved rifle. But it's not like they can afford to go for the kitchen sink right now unless they want to risk it all to avoid 3 match points. 3 is not unlikely to come back from. I mean, it's not a great situation, but it's a lot better than 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. The full save here does make some sense. They do have a couple of upgrades. Weezy goes for armor and a 5.7. Slash goes for a 5.7 armor as well. But Fame and Shipers are shut down as they try to aggress. That's the rifle. It's the full-on push to stomp. Marky, Zol, and Visa. 5, 7, and 10. Nothing he can do about this either. Matter of time before he bites the dust. And another one gone, and another one gone. It's 12 now to getting info. Anything else? Their last chances. They have to win 3 in a row to take it to overtime, or this one is all done and dusted.
It feels like these players are getting fatigued. That was a lobby crunch through and through with 2 pushing trophy immediately caught, but everybody else delayed it by like 10 seconds, so it wasn't a lobby crunch. Like, that is textbook Counter-Strike. I don't know what maybe there was a Molly in Hut, but I don't think there was. So I have to... Yeah. So... Again, it's feeling like sloppier and sloppier as time goes on. Players getting fatigued, getting tired. Keep in mind, I think anything else had that opening matchup this morning as well. So it is do or die for the CT side. I'll post it on an angle for Dare. If he goes any further, he will be felled. Swing as he comes. Spot comes in. Dare tiptoeing back and forth is caught. Slash is sticking around as well. He'll miss the second opportunity, but he will get away with minimal damage taken. Snab the lurk in lobby, trying to find something. McNiff down below the ladder finds Shane trying to get aggressive. And he'll get away no less. 3 versus 5. 30 seconds left. Looks like getting info. We're doubling back to go for an 8 play. Snab gets 1. Does not get the second. Cypress quick on the trade. 25 seconds left. They'll just race out. Slump trying to get this opener. Does succeed there. Player in heaven, though, that need to worry about. Marky's not posted on it either. McNiff just walks out, stops the bomb plant. Sure, the trade is in, but 15 seconds in a 1v2. Marquis taps it for fake, hoping they push forward. One does. Belabored spray. The second hut and is not expected. Marquis goes for the reload, and that is his undoing. Scrappy ends, but anything else do survive to fight another day. The issue is their economy. Once more in the dumpster. Exactly.
It's rough. Meanwhile, Getting Info have all they need. Shane still has $7,700 left over in the bank. And Slump has his op again. MP9 Famas on anything else. M4s and AK. The utility's not great. At least they do have 2 kids. Oh, once again. Things are rough for anything else. It's not a good situation. Dare.
It's not a good situation. In fact, it's anything else. See what I did there?
That was good.
Thank you. Slow one for getting info, though. They just want to get info. They don't want to commit into some sort of stack. Ideally, they want to find the opening cleanly as well. Players down towards Toxic, or towards Decon, I should say. Another is hanging out around the double door. Cypress, good headshot on the first. Quick trade from Shane. Slash on this lob, or on this back garage play. Might just find Slump on timing. He does get the dink, does get the kill. Marquis very far removed from his teammates, now has to make a move in lobby. Meanwhile, Fame on the MP9 finds the timing, and anything else might have just found a way to get to their 11th.
There's still 2 alive. It's Shane and Marquis. You can't count them out yet. Any kill that goes against anything else is going to be detrimental to that economy, which is still suffering. Marquis does get 1, but he does not have the bomb. He does tap about 6 damage. Molly in, but another kill for Marquis. He'll burn in the flames, but only 2 surviving for anything else is not ideal. As Getting Info's money without the bomb plan is going to be a little bit of a weird spot here. Although, we'll see if anyone drops Dare. Yeah, he's going to get an AK. So it's going to be AKs and op across the board. Utility's plentiful. But look over at anything else. MP9 for Weezer. The 2 saved AKs. 2 M4s. But no utility whatsoever for Cypress. It's all going to come down to this. Round number 30. Man, that's 24. Old names. And I'm thinking it's MR15. But it is round number 24. Last of regulation. And Slump's over the ramp. Does not pay dividends. He's tagged down very, very low. Maybe we'll find overtime. Maybe we'll have another 13-11. Only time will tell. One thing is sure. Time will tell who's going to win this series. If
Last smoke for anything else.
Song reference, let me know. Ooh. That's an early use of it, too.
Yeah. Got a minute left. 2 Molotovs and some flashes. But again, anything else not known throughout this series to be a team that measures its utility usage. Working in ramp forces a player away. Actually, the whole team is here. In control, already dropping down. It appears B is going to be the name of the game. Smoke towards control. Are the rotations here for anything else? It looks like at least some are. Fame at double doors. 5 versus 5 game. Swing comes out from Fame trying to stop the bomb plan. Instead, Snav and Dare snag a pair of kills. 3 between them now as Snav doubles down. Slash and Cypress make it just Slash at ramp. Is heard by the op and felled by the op. We do have another 13-11. This time around, though, Boggs, it goes the other way around in the favor of Getting Info.
It does, and just barely, as anything else, give Getting Info a serious run for their money on the latter 2 maps. Yeah, you can forget about Ancient, as that one is ancient history at this point. Mirage and Nuke so close for anything else. Just a couple of mistakes, especially in that first half, kept anything else from really having something sustainable into the second. They came close, but oh so far. It's Getting Info who survive and play again in Stage 2 tomorrow. But for anything else, This is the end of the road in this Pro League qualifier. We do have to bid adieu to them tonight.
Yeah, it was a very difficult first day because of stage 1 being single elimination. We said goodbye to Aether earlier. We're saying goodbye to anything else now. And two teams that showed a bit of promise. Anything else really working well as a team on a fundamental level, on a puggish level, but still lacking that depth that you want to see from teams. Their spacing was good. Their individuals had success at times, but getting info, although they made it look hard, did prove to be the better team in this one.
It proved to be the better team, but only by a hair. We'll see what happens tomorrow, though, as this is going to wrap things up tonight for the North American ESL Pro League Season 22 qualifiers. On behalf of Pineapple Phillips and the production crew here at ESL, I'm Bongs, wishing you all a very good night. Until the next one, we'll see you then.
Come play with us.
He wants to win right here, right now. He's crazy. As he turns it, nice headshot. Clean headshots from Leslie.
Lately, I feel I can't find my feet. Pushing closer, my heart skips a beat, and now I'm falling. Deeper than I fly, I can't control it. Dark against the sky, it's not so black and white. It's like I told him, there's things that I can't fight. I just keep going. I just keep going. In my time, I've been dreaming of a space to really fill my place. I wish he'd seen what I had dreamed. Before these darker days, I thought I found my way. Quickly it fades, losing the race, closing the page. In and out.
can't find the words, the ones that make you turn around and tell me it's alright. A little bit more to keep me going. Feels like my feet have left the ground. Oh, nothing can hold me down.